15 people in the waiting room as an example. Okay, now we're on YouTube. Okay, Jella, you can begin the afternoon session.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public review session for July 27th, 2020 at 2 p.m. We will begin with the SOC calendar, new cases, item number 16, 55-06-BZ, 31 Nadine Street, Staten Island.
Okay, so before we start this, I just want to say we have a number of people sitting in the Zoom waiting room. This is a review session. We're going to go through the cases for this afternoon first, just among the commissioners and staff. And then after that, we'll open up to the public hearing, at which point people who want to give testimony will give testimony on their specific case. And we'll try to figure out who everyone is who's in the waiting room and which case they're calling about. Okay. So with respect to 31 Nadine Street, it's a new case. So there are no notice or service requirements for extensions of time to complete. Description of the project in our heading. This is an alert to staff, really, our staff. It leaves out the 73-44 grant to reduce required number of parking spaces to 40. So that needs to be corrected for the next calendar. If I understand correctly, as of May 20th, 2020, the statement of facts submitted on that date, the property is being sold. If that is still the case, we should have an authorization from the contract vendee because they have a property interest now. So we need that. Does the change, I'm wondering whether the change in ownership in light of no construction having started since the original grant in 2007 affects the findings. That should just be discussed by the applicant. And also I'm wondering, shouldn't we have a submission on the current conditions at the site and whether changes in conditions may have occurred that would allow an as-of-right development, such as the neighborhood is a completely different neighborhood now and an as-of-right development would be feasible, or the issues that drove the hardship initially are no longer the hardship. There should be some sort of statement that indicates that the hardship conditions continue today. I'd like to, there should be some also affirmative statement that the zoning text or the map zoning map has not changed since 2007. So in other words, maybe, maybe there's something that mitigates or eliminates the need for a lot of these waivers because there was a zoning text change that modified the regulations. So in other words, a zoning analysis should be done. And there were City Planning Commission certifications in 2007. Are they still valid? And then is the proposed use by the contract vendee use group 6B professional offices, or is it community utility? The former, in other words, professional offices, was actually a condition to the original approval that it had to be professional offices, which are kind of viewed as doctor's offices, lawyers, and so on. In the resolution discussing the 7344 application, the resolution refers to the limited need for parking based on the proposed office occupancies of architects, engineers, attorneys, and surveyors. So that the amount of parking that's required for this new proposed use should be discussed, because maybe it's really functions like an office and no clients come, or a few clients come to it, the way would be the case with architects, engineers, attorneys that don't see very many clients in their offices. Or is it something where there's a lot of participation with clients on site? Department of Buildings approved plans look different from the BSA approved plans, in particular with respect to the parking layout and the landscaping. The BSA plans should be modified to reflect any requested changes, and the changes need to be bubbled. So those are my comments. Commissioner Vice Chair Shanda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think those are my comments. I also would add that if there has been any change in the applicable zoning regulations, and those should be identified, and if those in any way require additional waiver or eliminate any waivers. Would any additional approval be required from the Department of City Planning with regards to the special natural area or lower density growth management? I agree with you. They need to provide more clarity regarding the proposed use and how therefore it would have similar parking need, and they have to meet the finding of that specific to the 2007. So I think they should go through each one of the findings that were met for the 2007 and indicate how the proposed use and the conditions have not changed and will not change any of the findings. That would be the easiest way to go about it.
Okay, just taking notes just a second. Commissioner Otley Brown.
It's not really clear where they are in the purchase procedure, whether whether the site's been purchased or not, but if the purchase has been complete, do they have a timeline for their construction that they could share with us?
Anything else on that?
Nothing else.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Chair, I believe they need to revisit the statement of facts when it comes to the reasons for their request, the support. When I read this section, it sounded like they are just describing the history of the prospective seller, the buyer of the property, SOCH. I'm not sure if that could help, like as a reason for requesting the extension. The request for the extension should be supported by things like we didn't have financial ability to proceed, we didn't have time to get this, to do that, other than just describing the reputations and the history of the buyer of the property.
Fair. Commissioner Schmidt. You're muted.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to be repetitive. I agree with the statements that you made, Chair, and also you, Vice Chair. I do have a similar question about how long this applicant has been in contract with SOCA and what's the status of that. And I also share Commissioner Otley Brown's request to know what the timeline is moving forward for them.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. All right, thank you. Any other comments from commissioners before we move on? Staff? No? Okay. Go ahead.
Appeals calendar, continued hearings. Item number 17, 2018-190A, 32-18 Union Street, Queens.
Okay. So among the submissions, there's what I consider to be a rather strange letter from the architect of record that relies on a site visit in 2016 to determine what was in place as of 2009. The architect doesn't state that he visited the site in 2009 and what he saw in 2016 was the same work. So I don't understand the statement, and I can't rely on that kind of a statement. Cost estimates to describe work in place, work to be removed and redone, and work to complete the project were provided as requested. The cost of work to be redone represents approximately 1/2 of the cost of work estimated to have been in place in 2009, but is only the redo work is only work on the interior, so the superstructure sounds like it's intact, and the foundation sounds like it's intact according to the architect and the cost estimator. A zoning calculation page was provided as requested, showing the difference between the pre-amendment zoning and the post-amendment zoning to support the substantial loss argument. There would be a lot that would need to be modified severely with the building. The statement of facts goes through all of the tests in Putnam v. Armonk, which is helpful. And we have, as discussed at the last hearing, other information to support the contention that substantial work, hence substantial expenditures, was in place pursuant to valid permits prior to the 2009 rezoning. So I'm satisfied that the vesting actually did occur. A referee's deed was provided by the applicant to support the assertion that it wipes out the ECB violation. I don't believe that's actually what those deeds do. The bank, who is the beneficiary of that referee deed, sits in first position relative to other creditors and on a foreclosure sale. And the referee deed essentially lets the creditors know that there may be no excess in proceeds to distribute to those creditors. In addition to that, there is one ECB violation with fines due that postdates the 2016 sale. So the outstanding ECB fines must be paid or settled prior to our vote. If ECB thinks that serving a violation on a prior owner doesn't apply to the current owner, because we have heard the argument about in personam versus running with the land for ECB violations. If the applicant believes that's the case, then ECB should be able to confirm that. But in any event, there is a violation issued to this, and they should settle it. And I just want to say, to not drag this out, we could also close this if we're otherwise ready, and then set a vote date with sufficient time to allow for the settlement of the ECB issue, or not issue the resolution until it's been settled. Those are kind of options so that we don't have to keep dragging this out. Commissioner Shanda?
Okay. So I do agree that the applicant, the revised submission does address all the threshold questions with regards to Putnam, and I'm satisfied with the economic loss justification that has been made. I have no additional comments. And I am okay with the idea of closing with sufficient time to address the ECB violation if ECB requires that to be resolved. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and Commissioner Otley Brown?
So I think they met the substantial money expended by rezoning in both the 2009 and the 2020 figures. It shows that roughly 67% of the total costs were expended or paid. So I'm fine with that. And as to the serious loss, even if one were to subtract the cost of the work that needs to be redone by what was already done, roughly $225,000 of the remaining construction costs would still be lost, because the entire superstructure would have to be demolished and rebuilt. And so therefore, I feel that they met the serious loss finding as well. And we all knew that they had already met substantial work completed by. So I'm fine with voting on this.
Okay, great. And Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I was fine with that application, and I'm ready to move forward on it.
Okay, great. And Commissioner Shibeta?
No, I am, thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied with the Putnam analysis. I'm satisfied that they vested. With regard to the referee deed, that does show that the property is being held free and clear, and it is an argument against ECB. If ECB were to say that there's continuing issues on the property, I don't know if, as you said earlier, I don't know if that would satisfy that there is no ECB violations on this property.
What do you mean by it says it's held free and clear?
So what would happen is during this foreclosure process, all of the city would be notified of this proceeding going forward, and that's their opportunity to make a claim before this property is transferred over to another owner.
So for instance, named on that list was like a general contractor. There are a lot of defendants on the list.
Sure, and as is often the process, whenever you're doing a foreclosure, you want to send notice out to any possible affected parties. And that's why you'll see a bunch of different agencies on that list of the defendants, because they would receive notice that this is going into foreclosure. If they have claims, that they should make them. I don't believe that that in and of itself eviscerates any potential claim that any of these agencies may have. So I do second what you're stating about getting some further information through the ECB. That being said, I'm comfortable moving forward with this as well.
Okay, good. Yeah, so in other words, we don't know that ECB didn't make a claim or that the carpenter didn't make a claim because we don't have that document.
Well, we can feel if the deed has transferred over as a referee's deed that you see, if it's transferred over, that says that these people have been notified and I'm transferring this property over to you. So whether they made a claim or not, whether that claim was satisfied or not, as a matter of law, that property is theirs free and clear. Now, that doesn't mean that any of these people can't come up later on and dispute whether or not there was claims that haven't been addressed. But as a matter of law, I believe that that property is held free and clear. Now, ECB violations run with the land. There's an argument that can be made that they can try to say that these things need to be remedied. I understand why you would ask for more information about that.
Okay, thank you. All right, we can move on to the next one. Thank you.
New cases. Item number 18, 2019-282A through 2019-291A, 18-26 to 18-50 Bay Lane, Queens.
Okay. We have proof of service of initial application to officials and of notice of hearing to officials. Community board recommends conditional approval. I'll read what the conditions are. The motion to approve this proposal was put forward and seconded. 5 conditions that need to be followed. Sanitation pickups to not happen during school pickup and drop-off hours. HOA provides a security guard for the first 6 months up to 60% occupancy. Limiting of exit directions during school drop-off and pickup hours. Not sure what that's about. Possibly contributing to the school for improvements, working to move the bus stops on 18th Avenue. So a lot of those don't have to do with us, but some of them do. We have a letter of support from Council Member Vallone. This is a GCL 36 request in Queens, not in Staten Island, where we see the vast majority of cases and which cases have formed the board's current review criteria. The DOB objection doesn't cite the 8% frontage requirement that we normally see in tandem with these GCL 36 applications, which is confusing. That is another, unless now DOB realizes they have the authority to waive their own building code, that's what that is. The application is to permit 10 houses in a 33-unit development that is part of a much larger development project. So the hardship question, what's the hardship presented here, is immediately before us. 212th Street is a map street, and this site actually has frontage on it already. There are strange zoning lot configurations for the parcels that are not part of the GCL 36 application and that purport to meet GCL 36 and presumably the 8% frontage requirements as well. If that concept works, then I ask why not provide a similar zoning lot configuration for the other buildings on Bay Lane. The as of right configuration is unduly extreme. An as of right scheme could have a minimum of 23 houses as currently shown, if not more, by taking advantage of the zoning lot configurations shown on the proposed plans. The out parcels with direct access from 212th Street turn their backs to that street. I'm thinking that could be offensive to neighborhood character. If you kind of look around that neighborhood, the houses on 212th Street face 212th Street, and these turn their backs. The proposed Bay Lane is only 30 feet wide, so it depends on no parking along its entirety to meet fire department criteria. As discussed, and I want to say ad nauseum, with respect to these GCL 36, excuse me, with respect to these GCL 36 applications, there is no way to enforce the no parking requirement. The community board minutes indicate that the project is a one-car family parking situation and that, quote, owners will just have to get used to it. So I'd like to know, where will they park their extra cars except in front of their houses, which they're not allowed to do because fire department says no parking. And I can't tell from the plans that were provided how many parking spaces there are per 3 townhouse combination. Each of the townhouses, the 3 of them is attached, and you can only see like 2 parking spaces. So I don't know if there are 3. There is DEP approval on sewer connections. A draft restrictor declaration has been provided for roadway maintenance, and no HOA information was provided at all. So there is a July 19th, 2017 fire department letter. I'd like to understand from fire department if that's still their position. And those are my comments. So Vice Chair Shonda.
Hello? Okay.
Yeah.
So my questions are with regards to why some of the sites are being asked for GCL 36 and why some of them are not. It's not very clear to me. For example, unit number 5 on lot 102, unit number 6 on lot 104, unit number 25 and on lot 118, unit number 26 on lot 102, unit number 2 on lot 124. It seems do not require GCL 36 waiver, and I'm not clear how they meet that frontage requirement. So I would like the applicant to clarify that more clearly. Now, some of the way I see this, especially with regards to, for example, lot 108, it seems it's a house behind a house. So also that I would like some clarification on. Though not included in the application, unit number 3, I don't think meets the 30-foot rear yard requirement, and also some of the units between 212th Street and Bay Lane, like unit number 12, 13, 17, 18, and 19 with regards to rear yard. I would like the applicant to provide a plan that shows that the FDNY required parking spaces of 2 per each residential unit is being provided, because so far, as you indicated, Madam Chair, it seems it's 1 parking space per unit, but FDNY is requiring 2, and the drawings need to reflect that. You had raised a question about the units that are fronting on 212th are actually not facing it. I think the way the plan is, there isn't any wall around it. It seems like there's a walkway, and there's a fountain and a court. You walk around that and you cut through that triangular piece of the lot that is going to be created along 212 to get to the Bay Lane. And so all these units will be facing Bay Lane and also 212th Street. That's kind of how I read the plan. I would like the applicant to clarify that. Those are, and the restrictive deck. Does the restrictive deck cover the maintenance of the sidewalks, curb sides, and trees? And whose responsibility will it be to maintain the curb cuts to the units from Bay Lane? So there are 2 curb cuts from 212th Street to Bay Lane, and whose responsibility will it be to maintain that curb cut? I'm not even sure why that's a curb cut. It should be the continuation of the street that just should loop around. But
We
Right.
often see these as curb cuts, treated as curb cuts. I never understand why, because they give them a street name.
Right. I think in this case, I mean, they're not proposing any gates. It's a continuation of a street. So I think it would be best if if it behaves like a street and not be a curb cut. You just provide us, that way you provide a clear separation, especially along the sidewalk also, where the sidewalk ends, picks up, you put a stop sign, makes it much safer and predictable.
You made reference to the rear yard. Which rear yards? You're talking about like lot 104 and 106?
So I went by unit numbers.
Oh,
So I think unit number 3 does not meet the rear yard requirement. And so does some of the units that are located between that triangular portion that is located between 212th Street and Bay Street. I do not think they also meet the 30-foot rear yard requirement.
okay. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I agree with the vice chair that it is kind of difficult to figure out why only those 10 buildings were singled out for needing the waiver and not the others. So it'd be helpful if they told us about it. And as for the as of right plan, why couldn't they conceive of an as of right plan that's similar to what's on the surrounding streets, which are long garden apartment style buildings, and whether they considered that they could probably have a feasible project? Why does it have to be these weird strips of kind of perpendicular multiple dwellings? And that's it. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I was struggling with the same issue. Why only these highlighted units are included? For me, looking at lots 112, 114, 16, 18, 108, 106, 104, even lots on the other side, I believe these lots should be included. The way I understand the GCL is the word fronting means has the front wall on that street. For me, I'm not sure if it means it's abutting that street, but the front wall is not on it. So I believe, for example, 112 and 114 and 116 are fronting on Bay Lane, not 212, and they should be included as well, unless I'm missing something. And the reason I'm saying, because these units are turning their backs to 212, and the front wall for these units are located or are on Bay Lane. So I believe they should be included, unless I'm missing something.
Thank you. Commissioner Shibeta?
I will not be repetitive, but I agree with the statements that were just made by my colleagues. One thing I do want to note on internal, the description of this application just says it's a proposed construction of a 2-family townhome, and I think that it should be a little more it should be a little more explicit that there are multiple homes. Even though they only claim there's 10 homes, there are 33 homes on this lot, and I believe that far more than 10 of them would be needing this waiver. That being said, I was not convinced by the hardship argument. This lot has frontage, so I'm not sure a GCL 36 is appropriate here. A waiver is appropriate here. And I have nothing further to add at this time.
Okay, thank you. And I see Commissioner Sheta's hand is up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add that the reason behind my concern is fire department has conditions on the houses that they opine on them. So if we're missing one of the houses that should be included and it's not included, we're missing the application of the conditions from the house, from the fire department. on these kind of units, and that's a big deal. So we should be careful considering which unit should be included and which should not.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, there's one last thing I noticed that wasn't mentioned is that this type, this is pretty, for me at least, it seems like a self-created hardship by the way they're drawing up this design.
You mute, thanks. You're the one with the airplane, but whatever that is. Okay, thanks. Jella, please announce the next one if you can.
Item number 19, 2019-182A, 1 Marina Road, Queens.
19. I think it's 20, but all right. So just as a reminder for anyone who's called in on this or the prior ones, these are review sessions, and we'll move after this application to the public hearing where you'll be given a chance to testify. Okay. We have proof of service of initial application to officials. There are no notice requirements for Appendix G waivers, but Small Business Services was notified. Community Board recommends conditional approval, stating that overall we are pleased with the proposal and encourage your agency, that's the Department of Parks, to move ahead to implement the plans. However, we request that the project be expanded to include the area of the promenade located between 27th and 31st Avenues. As you, the Parks Department, is aware, the aforementioned area is heavily utilized more than any other part of the promenade. Incorporating this segment of the promenade into the current projects makes sense and would be beneficial to the community. And okay, so I just, in terms of the application materials, I think there's a typo in the introduction to the statement of facts regarding the Small Business Services objections. I think and I could be wrong about this, but the rest of the materials don't support this, the statement in the statement of facts. I think for SBS application number 7 that ends in the last 3 digits 733, the objections to be addressed here are number 1 and 2, not number 1 and 8. Number 1 and 2 and number 1 on applications that ends in 730 are all Appendix G objections. There is no mention of Building Code 1802 in the statement of facts, and 1802 is referred to in objection number 8. So I think there's a mistake, or they changed their approach and didn't update that. The statement of facts also has an error on page 6 referring to, quote, post-form construction. It probably should read post-firm, capital FIRM construction. Is practically a quote from the Appendix G. I think there is some confusion about the plans and which ones we are supposed to be reviewing. Located, and this is for the benefit of commissioners who are looking at the materials, which, by the way, may have been reorganized since you reviewed them, because we actually set them up differently towards the end of last week. Located in what was labeled the void folder are plans submitted June 27th, 2019, that include drawing number 8, that has a detailed plan of the concession building, but is titled egress plan. This set of drawings was apparently superseded by plans submitted on April 20th, 2020, that don't include any of the architectural drawings, but seems to be instead a structural set. So I would request that the applicant assemble one set for us to be reviewing with the most recent architectural and structural information that's coordinated, so at least we can be looking at an entire thought. I am trying to follow along with the plans, but I actually don't see which is application number 730 drawings and which is application number 733 drawings. So I don't know which structure the objections refer to that is within the V15 flood zone, and I don't find the location of the V15 zone on the drawings. And also which application is for Pier 1 and which is for Pier 3. None of that information was given to us. I mean, it required a lot of time to figure out what was going on. And so some of it is me guessing along as I read that this is what they wanted us to look at. I'm trying also, I'm wondering, is the objection for the entirety of the pier? The statement of fact response at page 6 seems to indicate that. And I'm not sure, though it seems like it, piers are subject to the same base flood elevation standards as other structures that are located on the piers, like the concession stand and that sort of toilet room boaters building. So that was not clear at all. I don't actually know how broad the objection applies. And there's something called the fuel dock on drawing 4 of the Pier 1 set. Is that what is referred to in the objection as a fuel tank and dispenser system? I'd like to know where is more information provided about the fuel dock and equipment. I actually don't find it. And we often see this where there's no coordination between language used in the statement of facts, language used in the objection, and language on the drawings. They need to be coordinated so we know what we're looking at. Otherwise, we're just kind of bumping around trying to figure things out. And so similarly is what is labeled on drawing 4 that was submitted on April 20th, 2020 as, quote, utility and restroom structure. Is that the, quote, concession referred to in statement of facts? Is this the, quote, structure referred to in the objection? If so, what is in the structure? The drawings also don't show the location of the utilities that the statement of facts indicates will be on the roof. No section of the structure is provided. Are there, and so then I discovered the architectural drawings. So then I was asking, where are the architectural drawings? Or is this thing called the boater facility, which is shown on drawing 14 of the set, which was submitted in 2019, the, quote, utility and restroom structure that's referred to in the statement of facts. So it's really all over the place trying to figure it out. And so I don't see what the issue is with Pier 3, which was submitted to us, unless all of the piers are considered to be not in compliance with Appendix G. That's Pier 3 is shown on drawing 6 of the 2020 submission. It seems to be only a pier with no other structures on it. And then they supplied a specification manual. I know that the project manager, Jella Prenga, asked for specifications. I don't think that the request was referring to your entire specification manual with no help in finding what it is you want us to look at, because specs say, you know, the screw has to be X long and it needs to be turned a certain number of times, that it needs to have this many threads on it. That's not what we need to be looking at. And so I'd like to know what the specification manual, which is 96 pages long, was intended to show us. As I said, I'm kind of lost. If I look at the boater facility on page 14, I see toilets, showers, and a janitor's closet. Appendix G requires that these be constructed above the base flood elevation. So I ask, why can't all of these facilities be located landward of and above the base flood elevation? I spend actually a lot of time near piers and marinas. These specific facilities, that is the toilets, janitors, closets, and showers, are always located on land. If we look at the scale of boats docked nearest these facilities on the drawings, they have their own toilets and showers on board. They're very large yacht scale boats. And if we look at the scale of boats closer to shore that would need to use these facilities, this location as proposed is not any more convenient for them. And the walk to land would be a similar distance. So, excuse me. And the concession stand is normally also not typically on the dock, but landward. The concession stand is different from the quote point of sales area for the quote fueling station, which must be at a location that is convenient for boats to tie onto. I don't find on the drawings the location of the actual fueling dispenser, for example. The justification for the below base flood elevation construction of the concession stand is the inconvenience to the operator of the fueling concession, but the structure is much larger and with more facilities than would be used by the fueling operator. And there are toilets in that concession, but there are already toilets in the boaters building. So why is there a need for so many toilets? And why can't those be landward? And if I read the drawings the way I think I should, and this comes into a theme that we've been talking about for the last several weeks, it appears that all of these facilities will be exclusive to boaters. There is a gate at the head of the pier, as is often the case at marinas, to prevent strangers from boarding boats. So the reason the concession stand and toilets cannot be landward is due to the exclusivity. And I'd say this is a pretty strange time to be building for exclusivity. So I would ask, why do all of these things need to be located seaward of the land, seaward? The described facilities include many elements that could become dislodged projectiles in the event of severe and violent flooding. I'd like to know what the provisions are for securing all of these materials, particularly those inside the concession and sitting on the roof of the concession in the event of structural failure. The response to notice of comments at page 11 of the statement of facts doesn't address contents of the structure, which was a specific question. Wouldn't a floating structure to house these be less likely to suffer total destruction during storms like the boats themselves? What are the specifications for the materials and equipment? Shouldn't these be what one would find on a boat rather than in a typical landward structure? Because we see from the little shack that's currently there, you know, one flood and that thing is just splinters, and a high violent flood, it's splinters. And so and we see what's inside the concession stand. It's just your usual refrigerators and things like that for selling ice cream and hot dogs, and all of that moves around, goes flying out of the collapsed building, and then becomes a dangerous projectile. Reading the responses to the NOC in the revised statement of facts submitted on June 3rd, 2020, I'd like to know, how is it determined that the proposed construction will not increase flood levels in the floodway? That's just a general statement made in the statement of facts. If the structures are to be built 7 feet below base flood elevation, then how is it an accurate statement that they will be building, quote, over water? Are there calculations done to determine the proper response to G 107.2.2 floodway restrictions? And I raise this because the BSA doesn't have the authority to waive anything that would increase flood levels in the floodway. On the technical justification for waivers for tax lots greater than 1/2 acre in G 107.2.1, I'd like to know, what does the applicant believe is meant by, quote, technical justification and its relation to increased lot size? What are the technical justifications? Statement of facts at page 12 states that utilities are on the second story of the structure, but I read them on the drawings as on the open roof of the structure. So I like that clarified, but in any event, they'll just go flying off the roof in the event of a collapse of the structure. So that doesn't seem very safe. I'd like them to describe how the pier design and wave screens that are proposed will resist heights and velocities of wave action during the 100-year storm. That's a statement that's made. I'd like to understand why they think that will be successful. They should also clarify the statement on page 12 of the statement of facts that the cost to provide governmental services, including maintenance and repair of public utilities, will be the same with or without the waiver. my understanding is that question is presented to say, aren't you going to be spending much more money to rebuild the collapsed structure, and the government therefore has to pay for it? That's my understanding of the meaning of that. So there needs to be established that this structure would not suffer the kinds of damage that is designed to be prevented by requiring buildings to be built above base flood elevation. Also, what is the DEC approved spill prevention plan to prevent fuel leaks, contamination, and spilling as required by the existing emergency and storm preparation program that was provided to us? Both this document and the evacuation procedure document provided to us call out this marina as a special hazard needing special attention. I would like to know, why should they replicate the hazardous condition? It's the only marina listed on those two programs that are called out as requiring special attention. I'm also curious really about the premise of this application that assumes a pier cannot be built to comply with Appendix G. There are piers in other locations at increased elevations that include steps down to the boats in the slips. Why is that not considered here? In any event, when the tides are low, there must be stairs to the pier levels from landward side and from the boats themselves, stairs or ramps. Photo 9 of Pier 3 shows a steep ramp going down to the piers from the landward portion of the dock. I don't really see how ADA access is handled there. So I'm having trouble with the entire premise, and I'm also having trouble with the premise of building something that doesn't comply when you're rebuilding the entire thing. Why not build it to comply? So now I move on to Vice Chair Shanto.
There are a lot of information that was provided, so it was challenging trying to get a complete picture of the whole thing. First of all, it wasn't clear if Pier 3 is in need of GCL 36. Is in need of the waiver. I'm sorry. Based on the review of Appendix G, I felt that the applicant has addressed most of the findings. It's just they need to be more specific in some of those cases, such as the ones that you have identified. I specifically had some clarifications and comments that I would like the applicant to provide. The applicant states that the Pier 1 is being relocated to be closer to Pier 3. Based on the plan, it doesn't seem so, so I'm not sure what that statement is meant to imply. I would like the applicant to clarify or maybe correct that statement. With regards to the number of slips that will be reduced, also there seems to be various sets of information that is being provided, and I'm trying to understand what is the total number of slips at the end of the day that is going to be retained. The proposed plan for Pier 3 shows new utility and restroom structure. That was not at all mentioned in the statement of findings. I know the applicant discussed in great details about the existing concession stand that is on Pier 1 that will be rebuilt on the exact location to the exact footprint, I believe. But I think those are the clarifications that I'm looking for in trying to understand this project. And I think I kind of understand why they want to leave everything where it is, because it's trying to use the existing infrastructure that is there and rebuilding it on the side, rather than having to dig up the pavement along the landward side, which is a promenade, which is a public promenade, which is used extensively by the locals and those who come to fish. So the applicant is trying not to disturb that feature, which is used by a lot of residents along that waterfront. So I'm looking more for clarification in terms of language to beef up their argument. That's all.
Is it my turn?
Madam Chair, you are muted.
Oh, sorry, thank Sorry. I'm sorry. I kept saying over and over again, Commissioner Brown, but no one. Sorry. Go ahead.
I just have one additional question to add. And they talk about the cost to comply by lifting the lowest point of the building. It's listed at $580,000. And I was wondering if they could itemize the costs for us, give us a breakdown, or if not, point us to where they've already submitted that. And that's all.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with the last point from Commissioner Arthur Brown. I don't believe the cost should go up. I believe it should go down. So that's why probably they haven't provided an itemization for that cost figure. Bear with me because I have too many comments. Number one, this application is to waive the requirements of Appendix G, mainly two requirements of Appendix G. Number one, locating a structure seaward from the from the high tide line into the sea, or towards the sea, I would say. And the second one is to allow construction of a structure with the lowest horizontal structural member below the design flood elevation. But in addition to that, and I don't know why, the application is asking us to waive the following: ASC 24 section 4.3 and 44 CFE section 60.3. I'm not aware that the board has the authority to waive these kind of regulations. So I'm asking the applicant to please take these off the board from the list of your requests. If you look at the Appendix G and the zoning resolution on that kind of waiver that's requested, it puts too huge burden, I would say, on the BSA to go through technical submissions to make sure that the findings are there, the general conditions for the variance are met, which so far I don't believe this is the case for that application. The chair spoke about the flood levels, the increase in flood levels. I would add to that the increase in flood heights. And it sounds for me that the applicant is a bit confusing flood levels and flood heights, and they are both addressed in the conditions and the requirements for the BSA to look at when looking at this kind of application. Flood levels, in other words, flood elevations, are the elevations at which the flood comes. So let's say for a certain area in New York, the flood elevation is, the base flood elevation is elevation 50. So this is, the flood elevation doesn't change unless, because it's coming from the sea, so it doesn't change unless you build a huge structure. So when the storm water comes, this structure, because it's a submerged mass into the water, tends to raise these elevations to make them higher than they should be. It's like you have a glass of water, you put something in it, water goes up. If we're talking about the sea, by like simple thinking, you cannot put something that could raise the sea level significantly. So flood elevations are not gonna be like raised when constructing in that close proximity to the shoreline. But what increases are flood heights, and flood heights are, imagine that you have a pen and you put this into a glass of water. If you put 2 inches, the exposed height is 2 inches. If you make it 3 inches, the exposed height is 3 inches. If you take it out, the exposed height is nothing. Same thing for the building construction. If you construct in a flood zone, if you make the finished floor and the perimeter walls of that building below the flood elevation, you're given a chance to the wave and the storm water to come and impact that building laterally, causing significant forces on that building. If you raise the finished floor elevation of that, the lowest floor elevation of that building above the flood elevation, then the chance for the storm water to come and hit or a wave to come and hit is much less. And that's why Appendix G calls for making finished floor elevations above flood elevation, above the design flood elevation. That's meant for a reason. And that's why they were like very strict on limiting a waiver on such requirement. For building beyond the high tide line, I would be sympathetic with them because it's not feasible to build a marina like landward from that line. But I would ask them to please give us a map showing where is that line located. Because when I looked at the plan submitted, I wasn't able to see where is that high tide line and then judge whether Pier 1, Pier 2, the concession building are located seaward or not. And I'm not sure if they need a waiver. They mentioned in their statement of facts that they are not looking for a waiver for Pier 3. They said Pier 3 is not included. I'm not sure. I'm really suspicious about this, but probably when they provide us with a plan showing the mean high tide line and its intersection with the shoreline, we can probably get some get more educated in that. So request number 1, please give us a plan showing the high tide line so we can tell which is included, which is required to get the waiver, and which is not. Then I'll move to actually a design issue. That way they are basing this request for the waiver is they are saying, okay, we ran the numbers, we did the calculations, and we believe that this is the design. They submitted us with structural drawings, and they believe that if they raise that building and that pier up, the forces on the building and the piers will go up significantly. Number 1, imagine this, and I like to explain things by the simplest way, common things. Imagine that the concession building finished floor elevation is elevation 100. It's way up, high in the sky. The flood is not going to impact that building. So the force is actually coming from the waves and the storm water hitting that building are nothing. When you start lowering that building, as far as the building is above the design flood elevation, so it's not anticipated that the wave is going to hit the building and the forces are kind of minimal. When you start lowering the finished floor below the flood elevation, then you start getting some sort of hit force. And the more you lower that finished floor, the more you're exposed to the wave forces, and the higher the forces are likely that building will be exposed to. But I would understand their argument as if we raise the building, this building is founded on piles. So it's like sticks holding that building on top. And my understanding to their statement is probably the forces on the piles, which consists of bending moments and axial forces, will go up. I would say this shouldn't be a big deal, and I'll explain that in a moment based on my extensive review for that structural submission. And this is, I would consider that the BSA here is doing a favor for the Department of Parks and for the public as well, and actually for the designer. I'll come to this in a moment. But yes, it could increase it typically when you raise the building up. If you raise it to still below the flood, the design flood elevation, you're gonna have some forces. Probably the bending moments on the piles will go up a little bit, but don't forget, when you raise it up, the force goes down. So that bending moment is the force times the arms, as we know. If you multiply two things, one of them is going down and one of them is going up. I'm not sure if the outcome, the bending moments on the piles are necessarily going up. We need to check that. But why this is not concern for me, because what they are talking about, if they raise that thing by 7 feet, the moment arm on the piles will go up by 7 feet. Based on my look into the calculations, the reset 2D analysis or the reset 3D analysis, it sounds like this is, and I hate to say this, but that's what I understood. It sounds like there is a mistake in modeling this structure in reset 3D. And the reason I'm saying is from the point at the tip of the pile, which I believe it should be the point of fixity on the pile. And I'm sure if the structural engineer who designed this is listening, he understands the kind of English I'm talking. That tip in their model, when you look at the model, it's kind of a building on some sort of columns. These are not columns, these are the piles. That lowest point on the pile, we call it point of fixity. Until the platform of the building, the finished floor of the building, this is the height of the pile that's put in the model. When I looked at this, it seems to be 20, 30 foot max, but looking at the geotechnical report, looking at the location for the concession building, the concession building is at a water depth that's coming from as deep as -16 mud line to +17 flood elevation. So we're talking here about from -16 to +17. This is about 35 feet height of the pile. Add to this, you have the soil strata from the mud line according to the borings. The soil strata from the mud line down to 15 feet, if you look at the borings, this is mud, this is soup, it has no strength. So that should be a cantilever-like portion of the pile as well. Plus 35, this is 15 feet plus 35, we're talking about 50 feet. And then from that point down to the point of fixity, based on my experience, I would say minimum 10 feet. So we're talking about 60 feet. 60 feet, not 30 as shown in the model. Structural engineer, take a look at it. I wish I'm wrong, but be careful. But if we are raising that building by 7 feet in comparison to 60 feet, hey, come on, let's do it. This is one pillar that I want to talk about. The other one is the evaluation of the wave force, how much force is coming from the wave. When I looked at the calculations, it seems like they followed the procedure in the ASC 7-10. I'm not sure why it's not 7-16, 2016 ASC, but let's go with ASC 7-10. That wave height that's coming from ASC 7-10 is based on 78% of the water depth at the location where you're looking at the wave. When I looked at the calculations, it sounds like they are considering the wave is coming from a depth of elevation 10 as a bed of the sea to the top of the flood, which is elevation 17. This is not the case, guys. If you look at the concession building, The seabed at that location is -16. So the water depth actually is not from elevation 10 to elevation 17 or 15. It's from elevation -16. It's way deeper than what you accounted for. And when I switched to the pier calculations, I saw that the wave height considered is based on totally something different, which is like surveying data for the current velocity and the wave height. So they said the wave height could be about 2.6 feet. Actually, I doubt at 30 feet deep water, open water, that the wave height could be 2.5. I would love to get some sort of explanations on how this wave height is evaluated. I tend to believe in the wave height that is generated based on the ASCE 7-10, but with the seabed elevation -16, not elevation 10. When you talk about elevation 10, you're talking about the wave that's coming from the front of the building, hitting the pier first, which has a platform at elevation 10. So the wave is gonna break before it hits the building. Then it's gonna hit the building from elevation 10 and up. But on the other side of the building, you don't have that elevation 10 platform. You have deep water down to elevation -16. And I believe you need to consider that. In addition to these comments, I have like too many other comments that I would like to summarize, give them to the project. I don't want to go over these because if I do, it's a big deal. It's like kind of like really long hearing, and I don't want to make it like that. I could probably write down these, forward them to the project manager, whom I actually thank so much for reviewing that kind of very specialized application, and then she can forward them to the applicant, and they can consider them if they like. But for now, my position is I'm not convinced on the second portion of the waiver, which is allowing that finished floor or that lowest structural member to be below design flood elevation. I would like to see this building elevated, built up there. The reasons put in the statement of facts for not doing so are not convincing to me. I don't think there's an issue that the guy who's fueling the boats go back and forth. If you care about that guy that much, hire another guy. A guy stays down, a guy stays up there, and it's done. But this building, if it's not designed here, the forces that it should be designed for, I believe the kind of structural elements used for now, especially the piles, are gonna go up significantly. The number of piles is probably gonna be increased significantly, and the cross section for the pile as well. And one more thing, the connection between the pile and the platform, I'm not sure, I haven't seen any rebar going. The pile is a steel tube that's filled with concrete. The statement of fact says it's filled with reinforced concrete. It's filled with plain concrete, not reinforced concrete. But I haven't seen any cage that's going from the steel tube into the concrete platform in order to make sure that there is a rigid connection between the pile and the pile cap. So far, it's just the penetration of that steel pile into the pile cap. So this is one of the points I wanted to raise so the structural engineer can take a look as well. Thank you, and I'm sorry for
thank you very much. This is a very complex review. We don't see these Appendix G waivers that often. The other one that I can remember was many hearings, very, very complex, and it was only for 3 small attached buildings. So this is quite a complicated review. My question, I have 2 questions. The first is, if the design is attempting to overcome the wave force, the wave velocity, and instead the entire pier to comply with the flood elevations, or the structure were designed to comply with the flood elevations, would that be a less expensive structure than all of this overcompensating for the wave velocity?
For now, based on the evaluations I have done, and I really have ran some numbers on the wave force, on the wave heights, and I really believe that if the building is elevated, the structural design would be less complex and the cost would be significantly less than it is with an unraised structure. I'm not comparing to the current design before us. I'm comparing to a design based on wave forces that should correspond to a water depth, not from elevation 10 to elevation 15, which is just 5 feet or so, or 7 feet. It's from elevation -16, which is the lowest point next to the concession building and the pier, -16 to +15 or so. So we're talking about 30 feet deep water that could carry a significant wave height. And the force from this wave is much more than the force that's currently considered in the design.
Okay. My other question is actually for something for our council to think about. You don't necessarily have to respond right now, but these are public hearings, and normally we don't have kind of an ex parte communication with the applicant from the commissioners. So I'm wondering whether it might be possible for the next hearing to type up your request and somehow we display that on the screen, or maybe you have it already typed up, because that way it would become the public record during the hearing, something like that. Anyway.
I would add to that the drawings, Chair, the drawings need careful inspection. I have seen sections that are missing, sections identifications that are not given on the drawings, sections with like altered identifications, tables not needed where they are needed are not given, stuff like that. And I was actually surprised by the title for the drawings. They say revised drawings. So I would really consider to have a second look at the drawings and review them carefully.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I have notes that were similar to my colleagues, but upon hearing the statement of Commissioner Sheta, I'm a bit more concerned. Appendix G is there for a reason of public safety and general welfare. I would imagine the applicant would pay much closer attention to detail rather than have errors as the ones that Commissioner Sheta pointed out. I think the concern of this board is the safety of the public and of the applicant, and I think that that should be the first thing we're discussing if we're going to move forward with this.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shanda has her hand up.
As I was reading the text, and I cannot locate it now, but I think somewhere along the way, the applicant had also stated that they're trying to contain or stay within the bounds of any DEC approvals and do not want to increase the footprint or anything that would require any additional DEC. It wasn't quite clear, and since I can't locate it, the statement, I would like the applicant to clarify is that if that is also another factor why they're trying to it's really a replacement of the existing structure on its in its existing footprint to minimize the amount of DEC review and keep it consistent with all prior DEC approvals accordingly in terms of building over water and things like that.
Right. Except to say that they're moving Pier 3 is what they told us, so that's not.
No, that's from the plan. It was not clear. They're saying it, but it's not very clear. So that's the other part of the clarification. There is, I think the statements are contradicting themselves. So it would be helpful if they can go through that and clarify each one of those elements.
I want to say not anywhere near the experience of Commissioner Sheta, but I've actually had experience with the approvals for a small pier. They allow you to completely construct the pier on the same lines using more modern. So, you know, as long as you're within the same parameter. Am I muted? No.
Madam Chair, you're breaking up. I couldn't hear anything you said.
Oh, okay. That may have been Commissioner Sheta who had background noise. So just a sec. So what I was saying is, though not anywhere near the experience that Commissioner Sheta has, I have had experience with rebuilding of a pier that had DEC approval, and they allow you to replicate the outline of the pier and rebuild from scratch with new pilings and so on, to meet contemporary standards that will preserve the integrity of the pier. So that's my understanding that they're planning to do for Pier 1 anyway, is to replicate the outlines. But I'll recognize Commissioner Sheta, who has his hand up. You're muted now, Mr.
Okay. One of the findings or the conditions that they are really missing, and this is G107.2.3 general conditions for variance. And I'm talking about item 4, determination that the granting of the variance will not result in. And like item number A, increased flood heights.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, if we let them build with granting the condition for making the lowest structural element below exposed to the flood elevation, that would increase the flood heights. Again, we're not talking about flood levels here. If you have Appendix G in front of you and it is submitted, you could go to page 7 of the PDF, and they boxed in red to the right. If you read item G107.2.2, floodway restrictions.
Mm-hmm.
Does everybody see that?
Yeah, I thought. Okay. Go ahead.
Appendix G, page 7 of the PDF, item G107.2.2. It talks about floodway restrictions. And in this item, it talks about no increase in flood levels. But immediately after that, if you go to G107.2.3, item number 4, number A, increased flood heights. Definitely, the guy who wrote this appendix or the people who wrote this appendix are not like just putting heights and levels haphazardly. Levels are elevations. I agree with them. Building whatever in the sea is not gonna raise the flood. It's not gonna change the flood levels coming from the sea. But building a building on the shoreline that low, that close to the flood elevation, of course, it's not gonna increase the flood heights of that building that are exposed to the flood. And they haven't addressed this. And this is one of the key issues for me, granting either portions of that variance. They need to address that.
Okay, so I'm just going to read what it says, having finally found G107.2.2 floodway restrictions. The Board of Standards and Appeals shall not issue a variance for any proposed development in a floodway if any increase in flood levels would result during the base flood discharge. So, right?
Yeah.
They have to establish for us. And, you know, they could establish they're not in a floodway, for example, but I think floodway.
They are, but the flood that's coming from the sea is not gonna be like obstructed in such a way to cause the elevation go up. That's easy, that's straightforward. They mentioned something like that in their statement, and I appreciate this. But when they switch to the second part, you want to go through, Chair, please?
The second, if any increase in flood levels would result during the base flood discharge. What second part?
The second part is 107.2.3, the general conditions.
Okay, so it says, except for historic structures, the BSA is authorized to issue a variance only upon a determination that the new construction, substantial improvement, or other proposed development is located. This is the one about the tax lot size.
Yeah, and then number 4 actually is the one I'm talking about.
The determination that the granting of a variance will not,
It result in increasing flood height. In this case, it is resulting in increasing the flood heights, at least for the concession building.
Okay, and the other one is, to Shabeta's comment, does not result in additional threats to public safety, which is a concern for me, given what we've seen in the last few years with such violent storms, especially Sandy, and the huge damage that it's done to structures. Okay. Because you have that background noise. Okay, so we should move on now to the public hearing. I think that was the end for the review session. Okay.
We will start the public hearing, the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing, 2 p.m. session with the SOC calendar, new cases, item number 16, BSA calendar number 55-06-BZ, 31 Nadine Street, Staten Island.
Okay, this is Rampula Associates. I'm not sure who. So we see, I'm just looking for someone is Phil Rampula, maybe. I'm not sure who represents on this. Does anyone, can the project manager tell us who represents on this? Or might be Tony. Yeah, it's Jello. Who's the applicant?
It's Phil Rampula. It's Phil Rampula.
He was admitted into the meeting.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Am I in?
Yeah, you're in. State your name, please.
Philip Rampula.
Okay, and you need to be sworn in, right? Yeah. So can, I don't know if Jill is able to do it. Carlo, are you there?
Yes,
Can you swear in Mr. Rampula?
I'm doing it by memory. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth? I forgot it. I'm sorry. 1 second. I was looking
I
for
can
it.
do it. I can do it.
Thanks, Ella.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners.
Hi.
Welcome to my office. I just listened to the review session, so if you'd like me to jump right in, I can.
Please.
Okay, so I bundled your questions. So was the purchase complete? The purchase has not been complete. It's in contract, and the closing will not take place until and unless Board of Standards and Appeals approval is granted. So that leads into the second question. The Stella Orton Home Care Agency is Professional Offices Use Group 6B. There are no visitors to the site. It's an office function for administrative offices, accounting, HR, outreach. Nurses or nurses' aides do come occasionally for training purposes, or maybe they have an HR issue, but clients would not come to that building. Everything happens, they go out, they're assigned, and they go directly to their clients to service them.
Mr. Rambola, just a quick question about number one. Is the conditions on the contract, there's a conditional contract. Is the condition, are there other unusual conditions, or are there regular type of conditions like?
Regular conditions. This is the only unusual one that gives me pause not to sleep at night. But that, I think that answers your question.
It does.
The other question, has the zoning map changed since then? No, it has not. Has the zoning text changed that would affect this? It hasn't. So the chair had mentioned, you didn't see any existing conditions plans to see if the hardship condition is still present on the site. If you look at the original decision in 2007, the hardship conditions had to do with the five-sided shape of the lot, and that two of the lot lines are shallow. I think one is 66 feet deep. There are two separate and distinct rear yards that are not parallel that create problems. And we have bad soil conditions that necessitated piles, then that certainly hasn't changed. The other is that although Nadine Street is a final mapped title vested street, it's a paper street and has not improved, and that improvement is on the developer of 31 Nadine Street. So normally normally you're required to file a builder's pavement plan for just your street frontage and 50 feet to the left and 50 feet to the right of your site and half the width plus 5. But in this case, if you look at the BPP that I submitted in my papers, we have to open up the whole of Nadine Street in order to create safe passage. So that goes from, I think it's St. George Road over to the beginning of Amboy Road. So it's an excessive builder's pavement plan that has to be done. So those conditions have not changed. The physical conditions of the site haven't changed. The only thing that changed is many years ago, we went in and we opened the bed of Nadine Street because it was a wooded site. So all of that growth, all of those trees were taken down where it was previously wooded. The other question was,
sorry. The issue with that is your statement of facts didn't go through those findings. So if you could just go through those again, just to reaffirm that the conditions that upon which the original variants were based are still the same, and you go through what they were and state they're still the same. And in the case of the clearing of the vegetation, you indicate that.
Not a problem, I can do that. One of the things that I was most concerned about when we entered into contract with the contract vendee was the city planning approval, because we're in the natural area district, the special natural area district. But thank God that my action was a certification. So city planning had even confirmed to us, and I knew it, but I forgot it, that certifications don't expire. Authorizations expire, special permits expire, but certifications do not expire. So since it was a certification of a restoration
I don't know
plan.
if it's him or me. Is that him or me?
What?
It's me. I have to switch.
You good? Chair, you okay?
Yeah, now I'm back. Sorry, I was frozen. Thank you.
Okay. So the CPC certifications are still valid. Since I last submitted, I wanted to report at this hearing that since that time, we've gotten a reapproval of the builder's pavement plan, and we've gotten a reapproval of the, what's called the SD 1 and 2, which is the DEP approval for storm and sanitary discharge. So I'm good with all of my secondary approvals. City planning's in place, the BPP is in place, the SD 1 and 2 is in place. So I feel I'm in a good place. Yes, the parking plan as shown on the BSA approved plans do not agree with the city planning plans. After we got BSA approval and we went to city planning, the new parking lot regulations came into effect. So we provided the 7-foot planting strip along the Nadine Street frontage. I can amend the plan and I can show that. That's not a big deal.
So while you're looking, so one of the questions was the timing. When is closing is dependent on the BSA, and
Yes.
after that, there is time of the essence after a BSA decision, or is there also permitting requirements or something further than that?
Well, it actually says approval of the New York City Department of Buildings.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not done, even if the board chooses to approve this. It's just, I'm trying to get it done so they can start construction this winter and maybe get that foundation in, or at least get the piles in before the onset of the winter.
Okay.
So what I'm reading that I have to change my statement to go through the previous findings for the physical conditions and amend the proposed condition plan to show the revised parking configuration. I don't have a problem of doing that.
Okay. So then, and also to discuss the parking requirement, this part of going through the findings, discuss that this new user will not be different from the previously approved uses of architects and engineers and attorney's office, right? In terms of quantity.
Parking demand?
Yeah, exactly. Because obviously if this were like an ambulatory care facility.
That's much different.
Right, yes. Okay. All right, any other comments from commissioners on this? All right, Commissioner Ollie Brown, did you want to add something? No?
The construction timeline is not, you are not able to give us that?
I thought I did. Hold on.
I think there is one actually, but I may be mixing this with another one.
You might have it and just direct me to where it is.
No.
I just found that you need 4 years.
Okay.
Yes.
What is it under? What's its title?
I'm not putting my fingers on it, to be honest with you.
You found it, Commissioner Ollie Brown?
So there
No,
is
the
a
only thing I,
spreadsheet.
Oh, no,
There's a spread. Are you referring to the spreadsheet? 2020-05-20 governmental approval timeline?
where is that?
It's in the folder. It's a spreadsheet.
No, but what date was it submitted?
Well, this was all modified. I have it dated as 2020-05-20. This is the recent download I did where everything gets downloaded.
Right, it was in response to Jella's comments.
Yeah, it was submitted July 24th.
Oh.
July 24th,
Okay.
2020, and it has a Excel spreadsheet timeline which lays out the start of construction. I mean, well, not start of construction. Okay, yeah, the construction start will be from December 20, starting with site cleanup and everything. And
Found it.
found it?
It's the Excel, right? Governmental timeline.
Yeah, right.
No, dated 5/20/2020.
I think,
520.
yeah, it's a little confusing. I'm going by July 24th, I guess, because that was the upload.
Oh, no, so it was submitted on 5/20/2020, and it has both governmental approvals. It's called Governmental Approval Timeline Excel.
Ah, okay, I see it. I'm sorry. It's just this new organization. It's very difficult to find everything that you need because it's all over the place.
If I didn't have this young guy sitting next to me right now, I'd be lost.
Okay, it shows the construction timeline also very clearly.
Yeah, it's a very detailed construction timeline.
Yes.
Oh, it isn't even opening for me. Sorry.
Oh.
I can't even get it to open on my Excel.
Weird.
Ah, here, finally. Okay, now I see it. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay.
With that being said, I'm wondering, could we close the hearing and set it over for a decision in 2 weeks? I can get this in by next Tuesday at the latest.
I don't know that we can do anything in 2 weeks, but I'm not sure. Let's see. We need to have you go through the findings, but you did present the findings just now in person, right?
Yes.
We need you to amend the drawing. No, what was it?
Yeah, amend the plans to show the 7-foot planting strip at the front.
Yes. I don't have a problem with that, but does anyone else?
No problem.
How
No
about
problem.
council?
No problem. We do need to ask for public testimony.
Yeah, no, of course. Yeah, of course. So I just want to make sure. Okay, it's a good point. All right, so let's go to the public now. We have a lot of people in the waiting room. Going to be tricky again. Yeah. So I'm not sure how to do this. Don't know. Okay, we're just gonna go. So I know that the person named Meenakshi is with the Appendix G. Chris Ame, does anybody know who that is? Okay, I'm going to admit Chris Ame and the person called iPad who may be left over from the last hearing, and find out what hearings they're on for. So, and then just also announcing that this is
This is calendar number 5506BZ, 31 Nadine Street, Staten Island.
so we're asking for people to call in, give testimony. I see Chris Ame is already on the Zoom room, and so if you can hear us, please state your name. Chris Ame, can you hear us? Maybe you went away. All right, and the person, Chris Ame, seems to have disappeared, right?
I'm not
Okay.
seeing.
No, I'm asking Kurt, who's handling this with me. Okay, so the next,
Again, this is calendar number 5506BZ. If you are currently in the waiting room and you're not waiting to testify on this application, please hang up and call back when the board is discussing your application later.
but in the meantime, because I have so many people in the waiting room, I'm just gonna go through them until they hang up because it's not the application we're discussing. So Warren Schreiber is going, I'm going to admit next. And somebody who's CB3, you're not in CB3, right?
No, we're in CB2.
Okay.
CB3 should be the last application, the appendix G.
So I expect all of them are the last application, but there's no way to know unless you ask.
Who the hell is that poor
So
guy?
I'm going to admit something called 238132. and see if they are able to speak and say their names. Either of them voted. Yeah. Oh, someone did. Yes, I see someone connecting to the audio in the Zoom room. Actually, Mr. Schreiber, when you can hear us.
Yes, I hear you. I hear you now, Commissioner. I'm actually here for Bay Lane, so I'm sorry I'm in the wrong queue, but I'm here for Bay Lane.
Back to the waiting room. Okay.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
All right. Somebody named S. Milady, I'm going to admit and see whether that person is interested in this application. So Kirk, can you say again what case this is and let people know that they should be not calling in yet if it's not their case?
Yes, this is BSA calendar number 5506BZ, 31 Nadine Street, Staten Island. If you're not waiting to testify on this application, please hang up on Zoom and continue to watch on YouTube, and then call back later once the board is discussing your application. Thank you.
Okay, so I have in the room someone who's identified as, wait, maybe they dropped out based on what you just said. Yeah, they dropped out. Okay, that works. Once they come into the room, they seem to be able to hear us better. Okay.
We admit all 9 people and then just make that announcement.
Let's try that. Okay, I'm admitting all. Even Mr. Schreiber again. So people who are coming on, Mr. Gonzalez, I think, was in before and didn't hang up. All the people coming in now, if you could, Kurt, please say again your.
Yes, the board is considering testimony from the public right now on application number 5506BZ, which is 31 Nadine Street, Staten Island. If this is not what you wish to testify about right now, please hang up on Zoom and call back, continue to watch on YouTube and call back when the board is considering your application.
Okay. All right, so we got some people tying up. There's 2 people who are still connecting to audio. So,
Interesting photo.
Rich.
Akov.
Okay, we have Mr. or Ms. Ride from CB3. This is not, we're not talking about the case that you're interested in yet. We're still working on a Staten Island case. So you call back when you hear your case called. And then I'm going to unmute somebody named Tish. Someone named Tish, can you identify yourself, please? Tish? There you go. Can you identify yourself, please? And what case are you calling about? Person named Tish. Hello? Sorry, Phil, that's the way it goes with.
I understand.
Okay. All right, I'm not getting any response from Tish. I'm going to unmute somebody whose phone number ends in 247. Phone number 247. Please state your name and what application you're calling about. Not getting it. Hello, the person whose phone number is 247. Please identify yourself. What application are you calling about? Okay, I'm just putting everybody back in the waiting room. They're not responding. Okay, putting that person back in the waiting room. Board three back in the waiting room. Mr. Gonzalez, Raymond Gonzalez. We'll put them back. All right. Those people are not connecting. All right, I think we should just move on because nobody seems to be really giving testimony on this one.
Plus, there's no notification requirement.
Right, we still have to, someone was just trying to speak and the audio is very poor. So, okay, thank you, Phil. So then I'd be okay with closing this. Everyone seems to be okay with closing this.
Thank you.
Make a motion. Commissioner Shanda, did you want to add something? No? Okay. So then I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Okay. So, so you need to amend the plans, amend the statement of facts and finding, relative to the findings, and discuss the parking situation relative to this new purchaser. Okay.
Understood.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience.
It-
Still working out the testimony situation.
Is there a date that it's being?
So that's the thing is, you told us that you could return all this within, in 2 weeks. We'll try to see whether we can fit you on a calendar, but we don't calendar it right now. It's too many computers that need to be open in order to do that also. So
Okay.
Assign a date within the next couple of days and let you know what that is, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, next case.
Appeals calendar, continued hearings, item number 17, 2018-190-A, 32-18 Union Street, Queens.
Okay, this is Richard Lobel's office. Can't find waiting room. Oh, so Rosenberg is dialing in.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. David Rosenberg of Sheldon Lobel PC on behalf of the applicant.
Hi. Does he need to be sworn in? No. Okay.
Are any other members of your team in the waiting room by chance?
I do not believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Again, David Rosenberg of Sheldon Lobel PC on behalf of the applicant. We heard the board's comments this afternoon, and we are, I think, largely in agreement. We greatly appreciate the board's consideration of this and the understanding that the applicant has met the findings for substantial construction, substantial expenditures, and serious loss. With respect to the chair's comments about the architect's letter, I certainly understand the chair's concern about the ability to review in 2016 what may or may not have been done in 2009. This is particularly why we state in our papers that in support of our application, we're relying on what we know based on publicly sourced photographs from Google Street View, others, and Department of Buildings records, which is the superstructure, the facade, and the plumbing and gas work that we know to be done. And I think as the comments set forth, that appears at the very least to satisfy the substantial expenditures requirements for the vesting. My understanding is also that the only outstanding issue then is the payment of the ECB violations, which amount to about $5,500–6,000 or so. In speaking with the applicant about how to handle this, because the applicant is ready to apply for building permits today if the board were to so grant, understanding that we just asked that the board close the hearing today, set it for decision at the next hearing on August 10th, with the understanding that by that time, either we have in writing from ECB counsel that they do not believe that they are entitled to collect on those outstanding violations, or that they will be paid.
Okay, August 10th is 10 days away. Is that realistic?
Yeah, because the applicant is at the point where it costs more money to keep the building in a state of limbo during these proceedings than to actually just pay the fines. And
Okay.
so the applicant asked that he be given the 10 or so days to work it out with ECB counsel. And if, on August 9th or so, or that we haven't reached those resolutions, then it's worth it for the applicant to pay the fines and move forward.
Okay. All right. That's fair. I can't guarantee you that we can give you August 10th, but I understand. Okay. Is everyone okay with this? Okay. All right. So we do need to see if there are anyone who would like to speak on this item. I still have. Go ahead, Kurt.
Please call in if you're interested in speaking on calendar number 2018-190A, which involves 32-18 Union Street, Queens. If you are not looking to testify on this, please hang up and continue to watch on YouTube and call back in when the board is considering your application. Thank you.
Now I can't get back to the waiting room for some reason. Oops. Okay, we do have still many people in the waiting room. But this is definitely not, and it's the same people as before. So I'm just going to have to assume, and otherwise, if necessary, we'll reopen the last hearing. So stay tuned, Mr. Rosenberg. It's just sort of the complexity of how we deal with testimony, but we do think that all the testimony is on the next case. So, okay, so I would like to make a motion to close this.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Say that again, Commissioner Shabeta?
Commissioner
Aye.
Shabeta.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I think you might have been muted when you said that. Okay, and we will try to put this on for August 10th, but I can't promise, okay?
Greatly appreciated. Thank you, Madam Chair.
New cases. Item number 18, 2019-282A through 2019-291A, 18-26 to 18-50 Bay Lane, Queens.
Okay, so my apologies, it's almost 4 o'clock and we didn't take a break, so we'll take a break right after this case, okay? So this is presumably Todd Dale. I don't see him on yet. There he goes. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I believe there will be a number of other people joining from the development team.
Could you tell us their names?
I can give you a few names. I'm not sure who might all be joining, but Anthony and Joe Morali.
Morali or Coletti?
Coletti is part of our team, yes. Last name Whalen, last name Tatzel.
Tatzel, yeah, yes. And their names.
Cranberg, I'll give you a few names.
Turn off.
might
No,
all
Mr.
be joining,
Coletti.
Anthony and Joe Morale.
Mr. Coletti, please turn off your YouTube video.
Morale or Coletti?
Coletti is part of our team.
Your YouTube video. Everyone who's dialing, coming in, please turn it off. Okay, so I'm just going to read off some names that are in the waiting room.
Strandberg, give you a few names.
Please turn off your YouTube video.
Turn it off.
I'm muting Mr. Coletti because his YouTube video is still on. Okay. How about Matthew Silverstein?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Frank Taylor.
I'm not familiar with that name.
Okay. Neil Strandberg.
Yes.
Okay. And then the other ones are, again, not identified with names. Galaxy S9 and somebody with a 516 area code 375, the last 3 digits.
I believe the 516 is probably part of the property owner team. I'm not sure about Galaxy S9. It's not very specific.
You may have let that person in. Okay.
We can text people. If anyone, we'll let people know on our team that if they're unable to be admitted, we'll ask them to send us a text with their phone number or how they're identifying, and they can be entered in later in the process.
Because, we have first names, Matthew's phone, things like that. So I can't tell. Okay, let's proceed.
Sorry, I was just sending a text to everybody on the team. Good afternoon, Todd Dale for the applicant. I just wanted to let everybody know we did listen to review session, and we also have a number of people from the development team here, from the property owner, the architect, and the engineering team to be available to hopefully answer questions at today's hearing, but also be prepared to respond to any questions in future submissions. Before we get to any of the specific issues that were discussed, I would just note for the board, just as an opening statement, that this site has had a long history of development, as evidenced by the various approvals we have from other agencies, and it reflects review both by professionals on the development team, but also professionals from city agencies. And it also reflects a design that is responsive to community concerns. We did meet both with the local councilman and the local community board to review issues, and I believe that as we get a chance to answer questions and provide more information on this application, you'll see that the proposed development really does reflect a perfect balance that allows for addressing the practical difficulties of this particular site, but in a manner that supports community and addresses their concerns. With respect to specific issues that were raised, one of the key issues that seemed to be discussed at review session was regarding the lots and the proposed lot arrangement. Just to provide some clarification on that, and again, we can supplement any of this in a future submission, but this proposed lot arrangement was designed to maximize the lots that could front on map 212th Street that are outside of the area that's in the central deep area of this parcel. Just to confirm, the Department of Buildings did review this and determine that the frontage space satisfies the code requirements. One thing that we can do to helpfully maybe point this out, and I believe it might have been Commissioner Shonda that asked the question about it, but as far as why some lots qualify as having frontage space, the best way I can do it is if you look at the site plan and envision you are standing on 212th Street and looking west at the site, the lots that are before the board, the 10 specific lots and buildings that are before the board, those are the buildings that would not be visible from 212th Street. All the other buildings either are visible along 212th Street. So I think that that's the easiest visualization of this to determine it corresponds to the DOB review of this with respect to the frontage space.
Can you say that again? I didn't understand. Say that one.
So I would say we provided a site plan. And again, we're prepared to provide additional site plans to the board that address some more of these specific issues. This particular site plan we're presenting has all the information. Sometimes it can be a little confusing to review. But reviewing the frontage on 212th Street, which is the map street, if you look at the homes that are labeled not part of the application, every single one of those homes has frontage from the building is visible from 112th Street, and it has frontage on the mapped street. The homes that are the part of the subject application, the ones on the site plans that are listed as red and green, are the ones that are here. And just to note also that these homes that are fronting on 212th Street, not only were reviewed by Department of Buildings, but they're approved and they're actually under construction. So DOB has satisfactorily reviewed the frontage requirement for these homes. So that's why those homes in the rear are the ones that are here before the board, those specific townhomes.
So that's the question is like, let's just say the ones that face 212, that don't face, the ones that turn their backs apparently to 212th Street, but we don't really know, right? Those have arguably let's say the fire department can drive a truck onto the backyard and fight the fire, which is part of what this is about, right? Even though they are fronting apparently on Bay Lane. So, okay, arguably that's how you satisfy GCL 36 because it's never clear what it means by frontage. There's so many things.
That's fair to say. I think one thing that's very key in reviewing frontage is frontage does not mean front door. Frontage means that the lot has frontage on the particular map street.
Frontage means we have no idea what frontage means because nobody ever told us, right? But let's just say, for argument's sake, the fire truck can get to the house from 212th Street. How does the fire truck, and I see Commissioner Ollie Brown's hand, how does the fire truck get to the buildings that are on Bay Lane? And the only way that you can get to those buildings is by crossing onto Bay Lane. The proposal is that you drive over the triangle that fronts on 212th Street into Bay Lane, and then you come to the buildings. But how is that frontage on 212th Street?
I'm a little confused as to what you're saying, but I would say that for the homes in question that are before the board, the 10 applications, access to those homes as reviewed and approved by the fire department is through Bay Lane, which is a fire apparatus access road. So fire trucks that need to access those homes would use paved and improved Bay Lane from the south portion of the site and the north portion of the site where the curb cuts are. So that's how.
Mr. Dale, sorry, can I ask?
Let me just finish my thought. Lot 122, lot 124, and lot 120 have these weird zoning lots that are bisected by Bay Lane and then have a little piece of the triangle that fronts on 212th Street. That's the same condition for lot 102, lot 1, and a part of lot 103 and lot 101. All of them front, and the only way you can get to them if you're a driver, as opposed to the fire department, is by driving on Bay Lane and driving up your driveway in Bay Lane. So these are like artificial constructs of having zoning lot frontage on 212th Street. So my first question is, why would DOB allow that? Because you must drive on Bay Lane in order to access, even if you're a fire truck, the fire truck has to drive on Bay Lane in order to get there. And if a car is parked in the way, it can't possibly get to the house if the car is parked on the zoning lot that sits within Bay Lane, or the, right? And then the other question is, why can't you just do that with most of the other houses? You could construct like a strangely shaped zoning lot that has that kind of strange frontage and not even come to us.
I think that those are fair questions. I think with respect to the first point, yes, fire trucks and vehicles would access through paved and improved Bay Lane because that's the intent of the fire apparatus access road. As far as a different, design, a lot of time went into developing this portion, and part of it is the practical difficulties that are created by this abnormally deep and large zoning lot, that in order to access the area at the rear of the lot, that there were different permutations that needed to be created with respect to the frontage of these lots. So I'm not, we don't disagree that Bay Lane would exist as a fire apparatus access road, and that's why we're here before the board for those 10 houses.
No, but
Those rear homes would be, I guess what you're saying as far as the other thing too is that, we're also dealing with zoning laws and building code and fire code, but, I think it's important to recognize that the Department of Buildings did review this, did approve these, didn't issue objections, and we're moving forward with approvals from the fire department and the Department of Buildings for those homes that aren't part of these 10 applications.
So Commissioner Otley Brown had her hand up first. Commissioner Shonda did not raise her hand, but she's next, and then Commissioner. Go ahead. Commissioner Otley Brown, you're still muted. You're muted.
The fact that you've already received approval and have begun construction on the other homes really makes your as of right plan kind of a waste of time, because there's no way that you would be able to put that into practice if you couldn't get the grant from us.
So you're saying the as of right plan that we submitted. Well, we submitted that as a plan as a different option, because often when we've had applications of this type, when we're dealing with R5 zoning district that allows for a multiple dwelling as opposed to the 2-family homes that are being here, the board is often asked questions, well, why didn't you explore those other options? We presented that to show that that scenario was explored. And if we want to get away from the frontage issue a little bit and talk about that as a right scenario and some of the history of this development, when that was originally explored and presented, we ran into, questions were raised with respect to that design with the discussions we had with the community board. And there were a couple of factors that made that practically difficult to develop those multiple dwellings. The first was the fact that those multiple dwellings would have resulted in 202 dwelling units, which created concern for the community. And in response and respect to the community, this alternate design came forth, which is only 66 dwelling units, providing a balance between questions that were raised by the community and also what's what the property owner wants to do to develop the lot and receive a reasonable return for the parcel. The other thing, and we're going to supplement this in a future submission, if you look at that as of right design, in order to provide the required accessory parking, it would have required significant subsurface construction in the large parking garage, okay? And that became infeasible because there's actually an issue with the water table here preventing subsurface construction. So after exploring that originally, and then also in conjunction with the community, concerns that were expressed by this, it just resulted that multiple dwelling scenario created practical difficulties for developing it. So we did present that. I mean, to your point, yes, because construction is proceeding at these homes, obviously to go back to that scenario would require a change in process and perhaps, reversing what's there. But we want to provide the full picture to the board to make it very clear that all avenues were explored with respect to this lot and the, particular, conditions that are affecting this lot, its size, the water table, and these issues create the practical difficulties. And that's why this particular design was developed that really creates a minimum request for relief from the BSA, because 23 of these 33 homes are, permitted as of right. And it's just these few homes here that allow for a better design, allow for full access of the lot, dealing with the practical difficulty issues that we have with this site.
Okay, I mean, that may in fact be true, but you've kind of taken away any authority that the Board of Standards and Appeals has in somehow helping to shape this project and then giving its discretionary approval by working out the deals almost behind the BSA's back with the community, coming to an agreement with them, and then forcing a plan on us that's basically the only plan. That's problematic to me because it was it's done backwards.
I respect what you're saying, but I also disagree with that because it's not being done backwards, because we went to DEP and obtained the master plan approval. We went to the fire department, which is actually the most important agency as far as the review here, as far as the safety of that fire apparatus access road. We've gone through the Department of Buildings, and obviously the board needs to be involved in this decision and respect all the feedback and input. But I think it's important to realize that the board is the last step in this. It's not the first step, and that there has been significant city involvement and review of this with respect to the safety and design of this project.
That's quite strange to me, that statement. It should have been a coordinated review with all of the agencies. Without Bay Lane, you don't have a project. or let's say you have 22 homes because DOB allowed that weird configuration of the zoning lots, which, by the way, you can continue to pursue. It seems to me you reduce the number of homes you're proposing and you take advantage of that weird configuration of the zoning lots and you get a few more homes out of it and you're done. Without the idea of assuming BSA approval, especially in the face of everything the BSA has been doing for the Staten Island projects over the years, seems quite strange to me. But I want to move to Commissioner Ali Brown. Are you finished? Did you want to add anything?
Well, the only other question is then my other question of why didn't you pursue a garden apartment complex like the many other complexes surrounding this zoning lot, which just seemed to me to make the most sense. And you might be able to get the same amount or more units from them and not even need a waiver because you could kind of plan and construct the buildings so that they all really have frontage. But then again, it's a moot point because you've already started construction. So I guess I withdraw that question and I'll pass it on to Vice Chair.
Yeah, Vice Chair Shanda, go ahead.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult at this point to raise many of these questions because DOB seems to have approved it based on its understanding of the regulations pertaining to zoning, building code, and etc. But I just want to, just for the sake of discussion, I want to raise it that if I'm standing on 112th Street and I'm looking westward towards a building, if that's the way to determine which building should be granted and which building should not be granted an as of right and which will require a BSA GCL waiver, the unit number 6, I can't look at it because in front of it is unit number 12. However, I can look straight at unit number 11 and unit number 12, although in the back, if I'm standing right smack in the middle of that, the fountain. So I'm not sure that's a very good explanation of how you arrive at what building gets included in the GCL and what does not. But I just feel we're in an awkward situation because DOB seems to have made the determination which one does and which one does not. So I really don't know even how so therefore we work with whatever is left here and then review that accordingly.
Well, but I would say if the rule for unit number 6 works, where it has, I don't know how much frontage when you draw the weird shaped line all the way down to 212th Street, and it gives it, just for argument's sake, it gives it 15 feet of frontage, whereas whether or not that's enough, because it's also supposed to meet the 8% frontage rule, so I don't get that. But anyway, you could do exactly the same thing with unit number 11, unit number 20, unit number, whatever that is, 21, because there's this fountain area in between where you could draw a line straight through all the way to 212th Street. It's the same thing.
That's exactly what I'm saying. So the argument doesn't work. It can help you in one way. It doesn't. So
yeah, either the fire.
If I could just interrupt quickly, Chair, I believe there might be a Matthew Whalen or a Matt Whalen in the room. If you could admit him also, he's part of the development. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt. Okay. But with respect to that, when I gave you the idea of the staying in 212th and seeing the frontage, we're going to supplement that also with the lot diagram presented. We did provide the RP 602. But to clarify, since this application was filed, they recently approved the tax lot subdivision, so we'll submit the revised tax map. We can also provide a supplemental site plan map showing that. So I don't want to say and speak for DOB or portray that their test for this is standing on the street and looking at those buildings. It's provided as a means for understanding some of the lot arrangement is what they came forth. There's nothing in the any code about stand on the street and look back. But you see that when you look at the actual lot arrangements, that each of those parcels has direct frontage on the street.
Oh, they
In
don't.
contrast, the buildings in the back where you're talking about, like through the courtyard, those wouldn't have. And we'll be able to clarify that once you see the.
I'm thinking you're actually maybe not in a position to be looking at the drawings while you're talking, because the houses that we're referring to are on the far side, whichever way is north, I don't know, on the far side of Bay Lane. And they do not have direct frontage on 212th Street. You must go on Bay Lane in order to get to them. However, it seems to me DOB is allowing the fire truck to drive over the property that arguably belongs to the buildings fronting on 212th Street. And that's why they're viewing it as frontage, because of these oddly shaped zoning lots. So it's not really correct what you're saying. And so if you can apply that rule where have no frontage on 212th Street, but the zoning lot is dragged down to have frontage on 212th Street, you could easily do the same through the Fountain Court from a whole bunch of buildings, at least 4 of them, that are on the far end of Bay Lane, on the far side of Bay Lane. And these are all green and blue houses, or sorry, red and blue houses. And then that gives you another 3 or 4 houses, and it seems to me then you're done.
I think
Not exactly, because lots 110 and 112, which are around the fountain, are a buffer and don't provide direct access from lots 103 and 120. The real question here is that all of the lots that are shown, except for lots 103 and lot 120, which are the lots that have the buildings that are before the board, every single one of those other lots has frontage directly on 212th Street. 103 and 120, the frontage is deemed insufficient to be frontage by the Department of Buildings. And I think it's also important to clarify, and again, we can supplement this in future submissions. Frontage space as defined in the building code is not frontage space as defined in the fire code. They do not need to be the same space. And there should be no confusion that they need to be concurrent spaces. Frontage space that satisfies the fire department and the fire code can be in an entirely different area on a lot than the frontage space that is required under the building code. So that's an important distinction. And I don't think that any analysis of this should assume that the two should always be the same, because they shouldn't.
This is a state law. This is neither the building code nor the fire code that we're talking about. It's a state law. I see Commissioner Ali Brown's hand up again. Commissioner Sheta hasn't spoken yet, so let's go. And I think Commissioner Shanda had another comment, so go ahead.
Yeah.
And I see Shabeta.
Is that me to go?
Sheta
I
spoke already.
Yeah, she can go ahead.
I just have, if you had removed lots 110 and 112 and did not develop them, then would units 9, 10, 11, 12, 9, 10, 11, 20, 21, and 22 have frontage?
I don't know. We can review that. So you're saying if 110 and 112 were removed and the corresponding buildings that are located on them.
Right, and then.
Could you build?
Nothing.
I believe
Right.
that we can respond to that. I know something like that is probably better to respond to in submission than on the fly. But just quickly, I would say you might be able to get frontage to some of the homes that are on lot 103 and 120, but you get frontage to those homes by removing other homes. So
right.
You subtract 2 to add 2 and the zero sum results.
Right, but if you get rid of 2 and you can add 6, then your as of right plan, it would be more relevant if it reflected the actual possibilities on this lot and not show us a theoretical plan that there is no way on earth you can put into practice because you've already started building.
I understand what you're saying. So in response to that, as I said, when we originally provided the as of right scenario for the board to compare, we wanted to, in full, honestly, to show the full development history and all the theory and effort that went into this lot with respect to those multiple dwellings. We can provide an alternate as of right development plan that speaks to the points that you're talking about, considering what's already been approved by the Department of Buildings and seeing how it would affect what's on lot 103 and 120. And we believe that when we show that to, we submit that and the board reviews that they'll realize that any potential gains you could have from 103 and 120 would just end up with corresponding removal from lots that already exist. And it would result in a situation where there are insufficient, a number of homes that would balance out, making this a productive development. But I think that we understand what you're saying, and we can respond to that with an alternate plan.
So I'm going to let Commissioner Sheta speak and Commissioner Shibeta and Shonda after, because you wanted to add something.
Thank you, Chair. I hear you saying that the site plan was approved by the fire department. Are we talking about the site plan that we're looking at right now? Where was the fire department opined on the entire site plan or just on the buildings that are subject in this application?
The fire department was made aware of all of the buildings that are in the development, not just the 10 that are before the board. If you look at the submitted fire as part of the original application, when this was submitted, I think in January 2020, you'll see that the site plan design reflects Bay Lane and it reflects all of the homes that are currently shown in the site plan, both those that are not part of application and those that are part of application.
And they are requesting sprinkling the buildings that are subject in this application, but not 112, 114, 116, 118, 110, 108, 106, 104, not these buildings. Not any of these buildings is required to be sprinkled, but for the buildings highlighted in blue and red, right?
Reading the fire department letter, it says each residential unit shown on the approved plan must be fully sprinkled. And it's my understanding that it means all of the particular buildings, but we can get clarification. Yes, they're all sprinkled.
So all of them, not just the highlighted ones, not just the ones that are included in this application.
Correct. And if you'd like, I can just quickly, I will read the fire department conditions just quickly to say that each residential unit shown on the approved plan must be sprinklered, that Bay Lane will have no parking anytime signs and complying with section 503.7.2.1 of the fire code, that a minimum of 2 off-street parking spaces are required for each residential unit, that there'll be a hydrant within 250 feet of every main entrance. The private fire hydrant system will be maintained in good working order and will comply with DEP standards. We agreed and complied with conditions, and I believe all those pertinent conditions are reflected on the site plan, either in notes or on the plan or both.
Thank you.
Sure. If I could just say something quickly here also with respect to this design. At the beginning of this hearing, we spoke to the fact that this really does reflect a significant amount of time on the part of the property owner and the development team to not only come up with something that would, result in a reasonable return from this lot, but also to reflect the community involvement. And one thing that it's important to point out about this design and alternate designs is that if we talk about other designs that have direct frontage or direct access on 212th Street and do not use Bay Lane, whether it's amending this design or changing or removing some of those lots, that each one of those designs would significantly increase the number of curb cuts that exist on 212th Street. Right now, this design only calls for 3 curb cuts, and they're at the extreme ends of the lot, the northern portion of the lot and the southern portion of the lot that are by the existing intersections. Maintaining this street frontage was very important for the community because it allows maintenance of a lot of valuable street parking. It also reflects the fact that there is a school across the street, and they wanted to minimize as much of the curb cuts that would be present in this particular area. And this particular design, reflects a respect for the community design and also the school. And actually, we included on the site plan notes saying right turn and left turn only during school hours, And, there were conditions that were presented by the community board. All of this design reflects, the practical difficulties that affect this site, but also, working with this site to develop it in a way that corresponds, or excuse me, is responsive to community concerns, but also, allows for a development of this type. So I just wanted to throw that out there that, we respect all these questions that are coming out about the lots, but there was an intent to this lot design, and having the frontage on Bay Lane actually creates a development that is better overall for the community. And this is reflected in the councilman, the community board, all putting forth their support for this design.
And it totally ignores the BSA's review, which is essential to the approval of the project, and acts as if the BSA approval is a foregone conclusion when it's far from that. But I also want to say that with respect to 2 curb cuts, you could have accomplished exactly the same thing had this been, as Commissioner Ollie Brown suggested, garden apartments, where you drive along the frontage of 212th Street with 2 curb cuts, and then you drive into little parking lots right underneath the individual maisonette type units. So sorry, there's lots of ways to accomplish the 2 curb cut. But I now go on to Commissioner Shabeta, who's been patient and hasn't said it.
Thank you, Chair. Council, if you could, in your next submission, detail all of the practical difficulties and hardships that this development would have had prior to what an as-of-right development would have had, as if BSA was not an afterthought in this application. I have some difficulties believing that there's a hardship here, because I think there are plenty of there seem to be viable designs here that would not require a waiver and that do not raise to the level of hardship. And I think it's a bit of a stretch to say, well, the amount of curb cuts being 2 or 4 or 5 is enough that would qualify as a hardship or a practical difficulty. But I'd like to see your argument in writing so that I can assess it a bit better.
Understood. Chair will respond to it. And, we're not saying that a curb cut in and of itself is a practical difficulty, but it combined with the other factors, we believe that the board will see that there were significant practical difficulties in developing this spot, developing this parcel in a community responsible fashion.
My other question is this one, and I will go back. Commissioner Shanda had her hand up before. So as you know, from the many applications that you bring before us, there's a whole issue about parking, the no parking requirement that the fire department in 2017 required in its review. And I'd like to know from fire department whether they have any updates on that, which we'll go to shortly. But the roadway is only 30 feet wide. If the board had said, you know what, we see your practical difficulties and hardships, but we're not comfortable with the no parking prohibition because it's completely unenforceable. And as the community board pointed out, the site is allowing for only 1 car per family, which is probably not realistic. So where do all those other cars park? Obvious, right there on Bay Lane where they're not allowed to. So the board might have said, well, we're appreciative. You need to widen the roadway so that you can have parking either on one side or 2 sides. And at least that way, we're not concerned about fire department access. What are we supposed to do now that everything is a foregone conclusion and you've already started construction on the buildings that are fronting actually 212th Street?
I'm glad you brought that point up. With respect to the accessory parking spots, I would make reference to the zoning analysis, and we'll supplement this with a clearer plan because, again, this site plan has all information. 66 accessory parking spots are required for the full development. 82 are proposed. So not only do we have the 66 required, there's the 16, or excuse me, the 26 was it 60, it's 125% of the required amount of accessory parking spots. So there already was thought given to the fact that what if you do have guests come along? So you have garages for all these buildings. You also have the driveway parking, but the proposed amount of accessory parking exceeds the requirement, and it reflects, questions that came up with the community. And I would also say that the community board approved this because they were appreciative of a design that was going to provide parking above and beyond what was required. But we'll provide that additional plan and we'll show you where the parking is. And I would also say, with respect to the fire department, we did, because we have done a number of these applications, to sort of get ahead of the process, we submitted the draft restrictive declaration with this, prior to having the final approved plan. And that draft restrictive declaration does reference the fire department, and it does reference the fire department being able to issue summonses to the homeowner's authority, which is allowed under the fire code. We reviewed the fire code, and under 503.2.7.1, the fire commissioner does have the authority to enforce restrictions on a fire apparatus access road, and that's specifically going to be called for in the restricted declaration. Prior restricted declarations didn't really make reference to this. This one does, and the homeowners association for this is willing to have that recorded so that the fire department can maintain it. So I would say twofold, just to summarize. One, it's going to be less of an issue because there already are extra parking spaces that are provided for within this development, and actually more street parking that's provided for out front because we don't need as many curb cuts. And the restricted declaration also gives the fire department full force to address any issues.
Fire department hasn't had great, let's say, great luck in getting these cars removed in the many other locations where we have this. So again, I ask, what are we supposed to do if we wanted to say we need it to be a 38-foot wide roadbed and it's already under construction? You basically eliminated the role of the BSA here. And I'm like, well, then go ahead. You got as of right approval. Have a nice time. Continue with your as of right approval because you didn't consider BSA approval necessary. It's not necessary. You can build probably more than the 22 units if you just reconfigure the zoning lots a little bit more. So maybe you'll get 26 units or 27 units, something like that. I'm actually rather offended by how this application moved forward, ignoring the role of the BSA. So Commissioner Shanda, I think, had her hand up before.
Actually, couple of questions that I had in mind that was being asked was already raised by Commissioner Otley Brown, and Commissioner Shibata, so I'm fine with it.
Okay. All right. Anything else that any other commissioners want to add? Okay, fire department, I'd love to hear from you. Chief Daly. Maybe he's not in the room. Maybe I'm asking him to unmute. He may not be able to join in right now. So I think maybe now we can go and again, admit, I guess, everyone who's in the waiting room. Is there anybody else you want to give testimony, Mr. Dale, before we move to the public?
I believe that the questions that the board has put forth, that it was good to have everybody here directly, and we'll be able to respond in written submission. And at the end of the hearing, we'll just do a quick summary just to make sure that we're going to provide everything that was requested.
Okay. Okay, so go ahead, Kurt.
These are calendar numbers 2019-282A through 2019-291A, 18-26 to 18-50 Bay Lane, Queens. If you would like to testify on this application, please stay on the line and we will allow that to happen. If you would like to testify about the next case, please hang up and call back in a little bit and continue to watch on YouTube.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I think We see lots of people in, where are the people in the waiting room? Ah, I can't find the waiting room. So let's allow everyone who's in the waiting room to come in and then identify yourself. So let's see. Did you admit everyone from the waiting room?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm just going to go through the names. Someone named Mr. Schreiber, you actually had called in earlier. If you can hear us.
Yes, I do. I do hear you.
And you're calling about the Bay Lane case?
Yes, I am.
Okay, please proceed. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Chair, commissioners, and my friends at Quagmire Development. I'm the vice president of the Bay Terrace Community Alliance. We're the organization representing the community. I'm also a vice chair of CB7, but I am not speaking on behalf of CB7 today. From day one, our main concern, especially when we saw Bay Lane, our main concern was the exits and entrances, the driveway entrances and exits going onto 212th Street because of the school, PS 169, that is directly across the street. During school hours, the parents, as with every other school, they will triple park. And we're just concerned that with the traffic going in and out, somebody is going to end up getting hurt, and naturally it's going to be one of the children. And we always thought that there was a possibility where the driveways could be placed on 23rd Avenue or on 18th Avenue, which would be away from that school. As a matter of fact, there is one home that's actually going to have a driveway on 18th Avenue. So that is that is our main concern, and we really hope that the BSA will take that into consideration. I do know that Quagmire, they understand our concern about this, and they've tried to work with us, but we still feel it's a real problem with those driveways, and especially there are two schools right there. You have PS 169 and Bell Academy in the same building, and when the school day begins and when the students leave, we just feel that's going to be a real issue with those driveways. It's going to be a conflict between the parents and cars going in and out of Bay Lane. So that is what I have to say. I want to thank the chair and thank the commissioners for giving me an opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. Okay, I see, sorry. Just go back here. I had some faces that I lost. Mr. Garcia seems to be trying to connect. Christine.
Part of the development team.
Oh, Mr. Garcia is a development team?
Yes, so not public testimony.
Okay, okay, I'll get his name after. Who is Christine? Christine, if you can hear, please state your name. If you can hear Christine, please state your name. Okay, moving to, oh, this is so weird. I'm not sure if I can see everyone. Someone named Tish. Tish, can you hear? If so, please state your name. I'm unmuting these people so they can speak eventually, but I'm not hearing them speak. Councilor Schreiber. Did we just establish that area code 516064 is one of your team?
I am not sure. I'm taking a quick look at my phone number contact list.
Okay. So the person whose area code is 516 and the last 3 digits 064, could you state your name? Okay. Okay. Mr. Taylor, can you hear? Mr. Taylor, you're on. If you can hear us, please state your name, unmute yourself if you're muted. He doesn't, I'm thinking that we need to have some kind of visual right here on the Zoom video because Mr. Taylor is watching, but he can't hear us. Okay, this is not working very well. Anybody else that we're missing?
Matthew Silverstein.
Yeah, Matthew Silverstein, you see that?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Are you calling it by?
Yes, yes.
About which project?
The Bay Lane.
Okay, please go on.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner, for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Matthew Silverstein. I'm actually the president of the Bay Terrace Community Alliance, or the Civic Association in Bay Terrace. And I'm really, first I just want to thank also Cordmeyer Development. They've been a good neighbor over the years. We have a good relationship working with them. They have been cooperative with listening to the community. But again, as Warren pointed out, my main concern from day one, and I used to live in the Bell Apartments that are directly behind this development, is 212th Street and the children that go to PS 169 and Bell Academy. If you go there between 7:30 and 9 o'clock in the morning, or between 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you can't even walk down that street. Cars are triple, quadruple parked, and now you're talking about putting a development of homes where the entrance is gonna be right on 212th Street. And I echo with what Warren said. I make the plea to the BSA that I would hope that our children and the employees who work inside that school do not have to get injured. You know, we still, even though Cordmeyer, yes, they've sat down, we've tried to work out stuff, there are still concerns about what's gonna happen when you start putting homes and people move in. I can tell you that when I used to live in the Bell Apartments, I would park my car in front of the school, in front of that street on 212th Street. And if you got into your car before school was, while they were opening, you couldn't move. So what's gonna happen when homeowners who are spending a lot of money for these homes can't get out of their homes because that street it's a nightmare, and this is going to just compound the issue. So I do think that we would like to see 18th Avenue or 23rd Avenue entrances or exits, additional entrances put over there. And also there was conversation about guest parking, and if I remember, because I'm also on Community Board 7, I don't speak for Community Board 7, I should say. There was still concern about guest parking, that, you know, what would happen with people if they're having friends or family or holidays or parties. And I don't think that was fully addressed. So that's basically our top concerns. But thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. I just have a question for you. You said that there's triple parking on 212th Street. Is that why, to drop off at the school?
Yes, and this has been going on for 20 years, 20 plus years, more. The police know about it. The city knows about it. It can't be addressed. It can't be resolved as it is. We try every year, but this just worries me that this is going to compound the issue to the point where someone's going to get injured.
And on the far side, across the street from the school, do you see that there's regularly parking spaces available on the street?
In front of the school, they use it for the school, like for the buses.
But
on the other side, where the development is, that's where the cars usually park, but people just park everywhere.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, do you find that there are open parking spaces across the street from the school?
Are there open park? There's not that many, and now that when the construction is going on, there's even less. It's just, I mean, there's been talks about, could we propose maybe a one-way street when school is going on, but that's not guaranteed, you know. It's really a nightmare. And now you have two schools there. So when you turn the corner at the other side of the street, there's another school there. So you have cars coming from both directions.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, I don't know whether we've been able to identify anyone else who wants to speak. So I think everyone.
Mr. Taylor, did you want to speak about Bay Lane?
I wanted to speak about the development actually with the promenade and or the non-lack of development on the promenade.
Oh, so you're calling about the World's Fair promenade, right?
Correct, ma'am. Yes, Chair Lady.
That's our next case. Just hold on.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, just a second, Commissioner Chandra. We're just trying to figure out who's on here. Kurt, do you find anybody else? So everyone is unmuted. If anyone who is a member of the public as opposed to the development team has not been called on, please unmute yourself and speak. Okay, I see.
Again, this is application 2019-282A through 2019-291A, 1826 to 1850 Bay Lane, Queens. Please speak if you called in on this application.
Okay, all right. So then Commissioner Shanda, you had a comment. Go ahead.
I would just like the applicant also to provide some photographs of the current site condition.
Yeah.
And indicate how much of the construction is underway.
Okay.
Todd Dale again from the applicant. First I would just say, I always appreciate the community coming to speak, but I would just note that the local community board did recommend approval of the application. They did set forth conditions, and the property owner is agreeable to all of those conditions, even though some of them may not be directly related to, a resolution of the board should it be issued. I would also say that, hearing the comments about the school and the curb cuts and the driveways, I think that only goes to support how this particular lot and, the difficulties in developing a lot, how this particular design really responds as best as it can to those concerns by minimizing the presence on 212th Street. And the alternate designs of townhomes that are suggested either before construction had started or reviving what's currently there would only increase the number of curb cuts, they remove the number of parking spots, and they would increase the level of traffic that is on 212th Street, both during school hours and outside of school hours. So there was a lot of concerted effort and thought behind this design. And, this really is years and years of development trying to address these concerns. I would also state,
Mr. Dale, I'm going to stop you because you've already gone through this and I don't want to keep going on and on in circles.
Yeah.
You've already discussed all of these points, okay?
Summarize just quickly, just to confirm then, for the next submission, we will provide to the board alternate plans that show more clearly the parking spots and reflect that it's 125% required. We'll provide an alternate plan that more clearly shows the lot arrangement. We'll expand upon the practical difficulties that affect the site, both historically and currently. We'll provide a little bit more history as to the development. We'll provide current photographs of the site, and we will also speak to the curb cut and driveway shown 212. I believe that is.
No, actually, you're also to the right project that you could build. You simply eliminate two of the buildings that are on 212.
I'm having difficulty in hearing you. I think somebody else is jumping in.
Oh, sorry. Somebody trying to speak. Yeah, this is really so difficult. Okay, so Mr. Dale, you have to respond to the as of right question that says, what's the matter with as of right as it is right now? And a reconfiguration slightly to get more DOB acceptable frontage on what you're calling Bay Lane so that the board doesn't have to make a decision on this case.
Agreed, yes. Responding to the board's questions in general, but specifically Commissioner Otley Brown's comment. Yes, that'll also be on the list. We'll also re-listen to the hearing just to make sure we didn't miss anything.
Yeah, okay. But I just want to say from my perspective, I don't see a hardship here. I see this project able to develop very well with maybe not 33 homes, but some larger number of homes with a little more inventiveness on the part of the architect. And yeah, and in terms of the access point, you obviously are going with the community board's let's say preference on the 212th Street entrance. It's clear that you don't have anywhere to park party cars or anything who are not permitted to park on Bay Lane. And it's impossible for us to say, then make your roadbed deeper, wider, so that we have some parking along the curb on Bay Lane, because you're already in construction and it's a done deal, basically. I'm very, very uncomfortable with that. So just hear that at least a couple of commissioners are not happy about how this application proceeded.
Understood. We hear that. We'll make a submission that we believe will convince the board and reflect the fact that this is years and years of development of both city and development team professionals that have reviewed this.
City minus the BSA. Okay. All right. So how much time do you need for this?
I would, and again, we can be flexible with the board's calendar. I'm just saying, if I could just quickly confer, I would say realistically, we could submit within 2 weeks because we have a very committed team.
Yeah. Well, we can accommodate a 2-week submission anyway. So.
Well, then I would say as close to 2 weeks. Just know, because I think as evidenced by all the people that were here available for the hearing, that we would be able to respond quickly to any of the board's questions, and everybody is here and heard what was discussed.
All right, I heard you. Okay. So if anyone, again, I'm just asking anyone who is in control of their own mute button who would like to speak on this application, who's already been admitted into the waiting room, please speak now, or we're going to have to sign off on this case. I'll give you a second to unmute yourself if you would.
I also, just in closing, I understand we're waiting, but you just need to state very clearly that the findings of General City Law 36 require practical difficulty or unnecessary hardship. And I think it's important to distinguish that either or will satisfy the requirements of the statute.
You have to tell us what the practical difficulties or unnecessary hardship are in a way that distinguishes building what we're talking about as of right.
Understood. I just think it's important to make that distinction.
Yes. Okay. Okay, then. So we're going to then take, I'm going to go back to the commissioners. It's already almost 5 o'clock, but we have not had a break for almost 3 hours. So I would like to recommend a 10-minute break, and we come back at 5 or 5:05. Okay with everybody? I'm sorry, we have a long case after this one, probably. Okay, thank you, everybody. Back in 10 minutes, 5:05. 5:07, everyone, please come back on.
Hello.
Hi. Hi. She's so chatty today.
Yeah. Please don't mind her.
She has opinions. I like that.
Yes.
She's so cute. Oh my
Thank
goodness,
you.
I love it.
It's the kinder, gentler BSA.
Sometimes she has her moments.
Dog. Anyway, we're being recorded, so, oh no, recording is paused. Good. Okay. All right. Ready when you are, Steve.
It's on pause, so you could go ahead.
Okay. Are we actually on live?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I see. Okay, sorry. Okay, go ahead, Jella.
Good afternoon. We will be resuming the July 27th, 2020, 2 p.m. hearing. We are still on new cases. This is the last item, item number 19, calendar number 2019-182-A, 1 Marina Road, Queens.
Okay, this is Dominic DeSantis. So some of the names we may not. So Jella, do you recognize these names for the applicant? So I see Dominic DeSantis just called in. When you can hear us, please state your name.
Hi, this is Dominic DeSantis from McLaren Engineering. We're the marine and structural consulting engineer for the World's Fair Marina project.
Okay, is anyone else going to be joining your team?
Yes, from the New York City Department of Parks and Recreation, we'll have Eric Winsalata, who's a Deputy Director of Engineering, Arit Akborg, who's the project manager from the Capital Group. We'll also have Nate Grove, who's the Chief of Waterfront and Marine Operations in the Parks Department. We'll also have Seth Goodwin and Chris Amhay, who both work with Nate Grove at the Parks, Marina, and Waterfront Operations Department.
Okay, so what was the last name you just mentioned?
Chris Amhay.
Chris Amhay. Do you know whether is he or his or her cell phone number is 917 with 099 as the last 3 digits?
Double check. I think there might also be, no, his number is 914-708-6844.
Okay, how about Mary Helfett? That's somebody in your team?
She doesn't work with McLaren or the Parks Department, I don't believe, but she may be, I believe a number of the users or stakeholders may have called in as also.
But you don't know, so I don't know what to do with that. Okay. All right, so this is an A case, right? So we don't need to be sworn in. Okay, so do you want to proceed?
Yes. Thank you for hearing us today on this. I guess we heard all your comments and questions. I think we could touch on some of them now, and then some of the other comments we'd like to request in writing so that we can more formally and completely address them. I think just to kind of clarify maybe some of the discrepancies or some of the confusion between the 2 sets of documents, the documents we originally submitted last summer were prepared before we had to go through a value engineering exercise. So, following that submission, we had to go value engineer the project, and we reduced the scope and made some design changes, which were reflected in the April 2020 set of drawings that we submitted. So to address those comments, we'll prepare a revised, consolidated and concise drawing set that kind of clarifies all the design elements and where things are located and their reference to each other.
Yeah, so just to clarify on that, we have a very incomplete set of drawings that was submitted in April 2020. It doesn't include any architecturals, and the structural is not nearly as developed as it was in the 2019 drawings. So we need to understand exactly what's going on. No abbreviations, please, because we can't understand what's happening. Okay.
Understood. And yeah, we'll submit a fully developed drawing set that includes marine, structural, and architectural details needed for your review.
Okay, thank you.
And then, we did hear the number of technical questions and comments that the commissioner offered, and I think we'll be able to, validate our design and provide clarifications and confirmations on a lot of those items. I think we just like to request if we get them in writing so that we could make sure we, clearly address each point and we understand all the questions and comments. And I think just in general, we've designed the structure to resist all the anticipated flood loads we would see during a 100-year storm event.
We don't normally issue comments and stand up. I don't know what those kinds of comments come from. I'm sorry, Commissioner. Yeah, thanks. Those kinds of comments come from our project manager during the notice of comment pre-hearing review process. So what we always ask applicants to do is to please listen carefully to the review session and take notes from the review session. And if you have specific questions for clarification of those review session notes, then you can reach out to your project manager, in this case, Jella Pranka, and ask her to clarify the question. But we don't issue written comments on a public hearing. Okay, we don't really.
Understood. Sorry, I thought Commissioner Shetta said that he would provide the comments in writing, but sorry. Okay.
So the problem is the comments then are outside of the scope of the hearing, and maybe we'll figure out a way to get additional comments to you. But at this point, I think there are so many questions, and I'll recognize Commissioner Shetta in a second. There's so many questions about this application, and the drawings are so incomplete that we really need to see revisions so that it can be properly understood. And at the same time, to respond to Commissioner Shetta's and other commissioners' comments that you did hear. Okay. Commissioner, did you want to add something?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I want to summarize what I said. Mainly, my comments are some of them are related to a plan that we need to get showing where is the high tide line and where is the proposed construction with relative to that. So this is item one. Item two, it relates to the design itself, design forces, design assumptions, all these kind of things you need as a designer, you need to go over them. My comments were like very clear on that. I believe the model based on the calculations provided need to be revisited. I'm not sure if like the geotechnical aspects, the structural aspects, the wave loading, all these kind of things, I did explain them through the executive session. And I believe you need to revisit your calculations, your analysis, your drawings to make sure that all these kind of documents are consistent together. There are too many inconsistencies between drawings, the model, and the calculations. For example, if you look at the model, you're gonna see that the concession building, at one portion, it's supported on 4 piles. 2 of them are battered and 2 are vertical. The outside ones are vertical. When you look at the drawings, you can't see the case. You can't see that. You see different configuration for the piles. The wave forces, like I said, my understanding is that the mud line is -16. What you considered is elevation 10. So you're getting like much shorter wave than the ASCE calls for. If you consider elevation -16 and you go with the numbers based on that, the wave height will be significantly larger, and that's a totally different load from what you're considering for now. Two more things that I mentioned quickly: that elevation, the flood elevation or flood levels versus flood heights. The conditions, the requirements for this variance to be granted call for two main pillars. Number one, no increase in flood elevations. The second one is no increase in flood heights, and they are totally different, like explained before. No increase in flood elevations, I could swallow that because, like I said, we're next to the sea. So locating a building at elevation 7 or elevation 10 or elevation 50 is not going to change the flood elevation from an open sea that much, maybe at all. But the flood heights, if you locate the building at elevation 10, the flood height, the height of the building that's going to be subject to a flood is going to be X. If you take the building, if you raise the building up, that flood height will go down significantly. So I'm comparing two scenarios here. One of them is without the variance, which the flood elevation of that building, the finished floor of that building will be located much higher than it is right now. The flood height then will be much shorter than it is for the variance. And that clearly violates one of the requirements for the variance. You need to address that, and I'm not sure how you're going to do it. But like I said, there are too many discrepancies between the drawings and the design, the calculations. And in addition, these two main findings were not properly addressed, neither for the pier nor for the building.
Understood. The comments are very clear. We'll prepare a formal response to address them.
Can you tell me the last name, please?
The flood height versus flood elevation?
No, Seth's last name.
Goodwin.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there anything else you want to add?
Yeah, I think I just wanted to maybe clarify a little bit that, this project is being directed and led by the New York City Department of Parks and Recreation, and it is a public facility. The proposed concession structure, public restroom, so there'll be an amenity that the public has asked for as we work through the process. And these requirements have what driven the design for the, related to the elevation, the accessibility, the amenities are provided. And we've incorporated all that to make sure that we address the appropriate loading requirements and design life, trying to focus on the resiliency of the structure and, protecting the public investment.
Is there someone from the Parks Department who's managing this project on the line with you?
Yes, Eric Linsalata is here, who's the Deputy Director of Engineering. I think he can speak more to the project.
Before you do that, Chair, I'm just curious. Do you think, like any of the comments that I raised, do you think that I didn't get it right when I explained my understanding about the model, the pile, the geotechnical aspects? Did I get it right when you put in the model, in the RESA 3D model, that the pile is from the tip to the top to the finished floor, which is elevation 10, the tip of the pile should be the point of fixity? That's what you're referring to in your model. Am I correct, or am I missing something?
No, you're correct. Actually, during the break, we opened up the calculations we performed, and we did have a depth of fixity that was approximately, I think, 10 or 15 feet below the mud line, but the top of the pile, we set it within the pile cap, so it's at elevation +5. So we didn't include the structure from the pile top elevation to the depth. So that's why I think maybe there's a discrepancy. But our arm brace length that we analyzed the pile for was approximately, I think it was 35 feet or 40 feet. No, I understand what you're saying.
You understand that this is kind of a scary point for the structural design of that entire platform, right? If you're considering let's say 30 feet or 40 feet, and the real number is 60 feet, the impact on the pile, straining actions wise, will be significant, right?
Yeah, I agree. If the unbraced length was doubled, it would be.
It's not the unbraced length, it's the moment arm itself. The distance from where the wave hits that building to the point of fixity in your model, if it's 30, and if the real number is not 30, if it's 60, let's say, then the bending moment on that pile will be as much as twice the design value, which could eat up your safety factor and render your design invalidated, right?
Yeah, but the way we designed it is we took the apply loading on the building and we had it as a resultant force in the deck, and then the deck loading gets supported by the pile. So we didn't, and we have batter piles that resist the lateral loads. So I think I understand your point, so we can address them in a formal response.
Okay.
So, Mr. Plata, can you unmute yourself?
Hi.
Hi. And state your name, please.
Sure. My name is Eric Linsalata.
And what's your?
So I am the Deputy Director of Engineering for New York City Parks Department Capital Projects. For the past few years, I've been supervising the waterfront infrastructure projects, including this one.
Okay. Okay. So I don't know if you heard the review session. We had obviously Commissioner Shetow, who's a structural and geotech engineer, had a lot of questions about the engineering assumptions. I had a lot of questions about the actual assumptions on the project. So I don't know whether you heard them or want me to go through them.
Yes, I did. I've been thinking a lot about what you said, and I'd be glad to hear you reiterate any concerns.
Okay.
But if I may, I would just start by saying that, the Parks Department owns a lot of waterfront infrastructure. A lot of it had unfortunately been neglected over the years since the Moses era, when a lot of it was built. And we've started to take a really hard look at how we can bring it up to a state of good repair and improve it in line with contemporary codes and standards and expectations for the public. One of the things that we think about from an overall design perspective is the idea of universal accessibility. So besides just the structure, we need to make it for the public, for everyone in the public, which is one of the reasons that really drove our decision to try to keep it at grade consistent with the promenade and not to include ramps up and down. In addition to the operational concerns at this site, where too much change in elevation makes it nearly impossible to get a gangway down to the water level at low tide to be able to access floating docks. Also, of course, being a city agency, we are always extremely cost conscious since this is entirely publicly funded. We don't want to increase the cost of the construction by adding things like ramps or lifts or elevation to a building if we think that we can get an overall design at grade able to withstand the loads without needing to add that extra operational complication. So
Question
please.
about that. When you approach the dock or the pier from grade, from landward side, and you're at various stages of tide, so low tide, the ramp is very significant, which is not ADA accessible. Why would you think that it's going to be ADA accessible now if you just maintain it at the same elevation that it's currently at?
I believe the regulation states that for gangways, a maximum length of 80 feet is what's considered reasonable for accessibility, and that any gangway that would need to be longer than 80 feet would be prohibitively expensive or complicated. So for the special case of a marina floating dock, it isn't required to extend that, because basically the structural section in order to make that span is so large that no one conceivably would be manufacturing or installing them. So we, in all cases, I believe for this project, have maxed out the length of those gangways such that we get as good a slope as we can, even with favorable tidal conditions. If we increase the height of that fixed pier down to the floating docks, we'll have more times in which it's not a preferable slope for ADA compliance. And in addition to ADA, of course, we also have all the other users using carts, strollers, things like that. So we want to be cognizant of all that use, especially for a marina.
But so on other marinas, they're building the piers at the required heights. And it sounds like this is an exception because this is the only New York City pier that has all of those special emergency procedures directed at this particular pier. But other piers are built at elevated heights to clear design floods. So they also have to comply with federal accessibility requirements. So why couldn't yours?
Sure. I'll say that many of the waterfront structures in our portfolio are below the design flood elevation, and they're being reconstructed at their existing elevation without raising them. So only a few come to mind that have actually been raised. That's when access is possible from land. I can't speak to every other agency, but I know for the Parks Department, the decision was made to try to establish a resilient structure that would survive a flood without being destroyed, number one, without providing waterborne projectiles, basically coming apart and having pieces fly around. Those are all aspects of the design that we're taking very seriously. In this case, the promenade is at an elevation that basically would be raising the whole promenade in order to get up to the pier elevation that would clear the design flood elevation. And then again, we would still have that same issue of it not being easy to get down to low water from that plus 17-foot elevation.
So I guess I'm still confused because I see docks where people go down steps to get to the beach, to the boats. The boats are often much higher than the pier. So you're actually stepping up to the boats from the adjoining pier?
So from a floating dock, you mean?
No, from fixed docks. I see the large vessels that you're accommodating along the last row.
Okay.
Often are very tall, and you actually go up steps most of the time to get to those boats. So
sorry, please.
From a fixed pier.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then the floating docks, obviously, they're moving with the tides.
Mm-hmm. The majority of the vessels at this marina are going to be smaller craft for recreational boaters. There are a few commercial boats and larger vessels, but that's definitely not the primary type of user at the facility.
So who needs the showers and the...
That's for the recreational boaters.
So why do those have to be located seaward of the high water mark?
So you're referencing the boater facility?
Yeah, that's to start with.
Sure. So that facility, we actually, in our value engineer design, we are getting rid of it entirely.
Oh.
So problem solved.
Oh.
And so I think a lot of the questions, and I'm sorry about that on behalf of the agency, I think a lot of the questions are a result of that second submission of the value engineer design that changed some of the aspects of from the first design. So I think that's where some of the discrepancies may be in the structural calculations might be found. I think that's where, some of these questions about what kind of facilities are needed out on the pier, when we resubmit and clarify, I think a lot of those will go away.
Wow. I have to say, this is really upsetting. I spent, and I know the other commissioners spent hours and hours and hours trying to figure out this application. And now you're telling us that we weren't looking at the most updated set of materials. It's really, really upsetting. We work weekends to do this. We work
Understood.
nights to do this. Yeah.
Sorry, I guess it was our understanding that the materials that were submitted to SBS that created the objection were required, and we thought that removing all those from the set would have been worse for the application.
So we now no longer have any idea what we're supposed to be looking at. So I think it's best to, and I don't know if that's Commissioner Shanda who's trying to speak. Commissioner Sheta has his hand up. Commissioner Shanda, did you want to say something?
Yeah. I think no one could have anticipated what we are going through right now and the city's economic condition that we are facing. So I think there is probably going to be a lot more value engineering that you will be looking into. I don't know what the timeline is. What I would suggest that whatever the next submission is going to be, you have factored in all the, I don't know if the capital budget has been allocated for this, but I'm assuming not. So there will be a lot more changes. And so you should probably factor all of that in your next submission. So, and clearly indicate what is going to be the changes, indicate the changes and what is going to be built as of now. Unless you're planning to do something in phases and then indicate what is going to be part of phase 1 and then what is going to be part of phase 2. My feeling is, being in the city, you probably are not going to see a phase 2 on this for a long time. It's going to be just phase 1. But that's for you to determine and for you to tell us, and we will review accordingly. And also give us a timeline as to when you need these approvals in order for you to start construction and fulfill your obligations.
Mm-hmm. So I can say, as far as I know, and I've been instructed within our agency, that the capital budgets we have are not going to be diminished. So this project is fully funded with the revised value engineered design that we had the incomplete submittal on in April, and that the more complete submittal will be forthcoming really soon.
So there may have been a lot of changes since April, because I've been on calls where it sounds like there are deep cuts also. So please speak to Commissioner Silver and make sure that we're talking about a viable project. And yeah, and so what I would say now is, and I will let Commissioner Sheta speak again, is because we're not looking at the right set of drawings, a lot of our comments may not even be relevant, except to say Commissioner Sheta's concerns about all of the structural analysis, and my concerns about what I happen to know a lot about the waterborne projectiles, and you have in the projects that we were looking at an enormous number of them, and my not understanding why everything but the fuel dispenser can't be located landward. So I'll let Commissioner Sheta speak, and then I think we just wait till you have another submission. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I actually wanted to ask about the motive for constructing the concession building below what it should be. For the pier, I would be sympathetic with the pier at elevation 10. The reason I'm saying, because if you look at the promenade, it's more or less at the same elevation. And the pier, if you raise the pier or you lower it, it's not going to be that much difference in flood heights, because that pier is kind of like a plate. It's a very thin element, but this is not the case for the building. What I'm hearing is that the reason for calling for the building to be low is to save money. I'm actually disturbed by hearing that. It should be the opposite. If you raise the building up, the cost should go down, at least the cost for the structural elements should go down, because if you raise it up, it's gonna perceive less flood forces. And when the forces go down, that the cost go up. It's common sense. Sorry, the costs go down. It's common sense. So
and we took a look at that during our design process. Absolutely. So again, though, I just want to reiterate that one of the factors in this decision was accessibility. So while a ramp is an acceptable means of access for ADA compliance, it's not preferred compared to being able to access it at grade for us. So we really wanted to do everything we could to try to make sure it was a single plane to access the facility out there. I hear what you're saying about the structure, absolutely, and we definitely have been trying to factor that in. The additional cost of the ramp is pretty significant, and we also then need to build additional overwater coverage here itself, which is something we need to coordinate with DEC for our permit. So those were just to give you an idea of some of the challenges with what you're bringing up, but it definitely is a good point and something that we considered during design.
I just have a question. Oh, sorry, Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
I just want to jump in. Again, I don't want to get too specific in our questions because we still don't know what the design is and how much of the concession stand remains and so on. And so, you know, we don't know whether it's going to have all those toilet rooms, every one of which becomes a dangerous projectile in the event of a collapse of the structure, et cetera. So it seems a little premature to be talking about this, but again, I keep going back to why can't everything but the fuel concession, when I say fuel concession, the person who pumps the fuel be on the pier and everything else be landward, where it's able to comply better or at least be less subject to V velocity instead of the AE.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Sheta. Shanda.
Okay. My question was, since you mentioned that, I'm not sure who spoke, was it the person from the parks or, but you mentioned that you did look into the issue that Commissioner Sheta had raised and that accessibility was a critical factor and the cost associated with building a ramp and other was significantly high and you wanted to eliminate that. So am I to what you're saying is that the cost of building a ramp is even more than raising the building, or and therefore you have decided not to do that?
So
you need to clarify that if that's what the argument you're stating. And I'm not saying either way I'm convinced or not convinced, but those are not very clear in your justification and arguments.
Understood, and we'll definitely clarify that in writing for you. But in our assessment of it during preliminary design, we found the two reasons to not raise the building were, number one, the cost of raising it and the ramp, even factoring in the increased structural costs from having it be able to withstand those wave forces. It was going to be more expensive to raise it, and number two, that accessibility concern. So it was two reasons against that decision.
So this accessibility issue, I really have a lot of problems with this because when you get off a boat, unless you're lifted up by a lift on a wheelchair, you're not getting off the boat. Most of the time it's at a different level relative to the pier. So that's the first one. The second is when you get on a pier coming from grade, the floating piers are always at a different level than the main dock. So again, I'm having a lot of trouble with how you're addressing accessibility. Plus for the kayaks, you're showing a very long ramp to get down to the kayaks. So why wouldn't you be able to do something similar to get to the concession if you did have a concession there? But the other point is, why can't, for example, you be a little more, for lack of a better word, creative about how you solve the problem, where it's sort of a split situation where there's a temporary temporary setup at sort of pier grade, and then you can go up a flight of stairs and take part of whatever it is that's upstairs. I mean, I don't really understand why the insistence is essentially to build a shack like there already is, which is extremely dangerous. And you still end up having your emergency management plan specific to the World's Fair Marina because you don't have proper elevation. So, yeah.
I hear your questions. I would just say that definitely this is not going to be installed as a shack the way the existing World's Fair Marina Cafe is. I mean, this is a solidly designed structure in which we're accounting for all the loads to prevent collapse of the structure and to prevent the projectiles from forming. That's a critical piece of the design. That's non-negotiable for our consultant. It's not going to be a sacrificial element. With respect to ramps, yes, absolutely. To get to the floating dock, a wheelchair user or someone with a cart will absolutely be having to navigate a ramp. And during low tide, they're going to be, there may be a steep grade for them. Since most of our vessels are recreational, most of the ramps are going to be going down most of the time. How a user of a cart or wheelchair would get from the floating docks to their craft, that's a good question. It's not directly addressed in this design, but I would say that raising the pier would not make that easier for anyone. So while there's still the accessibility maybe from a floating dock to an individual vessel, raising the pier just adds one more difficulty in accessibility. Sorry, I have a siren going on outside.
This is always in. Right, but so, and if we just go back to why is the concession located where it is?
Yeah.
Right, why is it located where it is other than the fueling concession?
Yeah, and that is the the fueling concession is the crux of this. And we went around on this a lot during preliminary design. So the tough spot we're in, and stop me if I'm getting too long-winded here because we've thought about it so much. The tough spot we're in with design is that we've got relatively shallow water throughout this basin that hasn't been dredged in a long time. And thus dredging requires a special permission from DEC that would trigger the need for mitigation, all out of scope for this project. So one of the goals was to get the fuel station, which is the only fuel in the area really, to deep enough water to be able to service most vessels the majority of the time. In order to do that, we need to be able to have an operator stationed next to it. And follow me here, I'm sorry it's long, but in order to be able to have that operated by a concessionaire, because Parks does not operate fueling stations, there needed to be another aspect of that business, which was the remainder of the concession, the hot dogs and ice cream and small things that get sold. And our understanding from our concessions unit, our marinas unit, is that's the only way that this is economically viable, and the only way that that operation is practical is if there's one person who's staffed there who's operating the fuel pump and handling the concession at the same time. So there really wasn't a technical way for water depth to have the fuel on land, and there really isn't an operational way to have it split. It simply wouldn't work from the prospective concessionaire's point of view. After we build this would be going out to a concession bid.
Already a concessionaire that you
Not right now. The one at the current pier is I believe their agreement was terminated when the pier was shut down or it timed out.
But since there's a fence, a gate that prevents the average person from going onto the pier, wouldn't the concession be servicing more people if the food concession were located landward, and then you just had not to mention the fumes of the gas because they pump for gallons. mixing with your foods. Sounds delectable, right?
I'm glad you mentioned that, because that was another thing that you said during the initial portion that I wanted to clarify. The gate at the marina entrance, at the pier entrance, is really just for closure during the off season, and it's not to restrict access to the public from the fixed pier. So the only things that will be fenced off are the access to the leased slips, the vessel slips. The fixed pier itself and the concession will be open to the public when the pier is open, which is seasonal. It's so it's going to be closed in the winter, but the rest of the time it's open. And a lot of the public are going to be using, we envision using those commercial berths as they take the pleasure cruises, as they take the specialty ferries to Mets games and the US Open, knock on wood, if when that comes back around. But that facility right now received heavy use before we had to close it from those kinds of public events. So the fixed pier will absolutely remain open to the public. And it's really just those floating docks that will have gates. And of them, there's the human-powered boating dock that's going to have a lot of use by people who don't own their own sailboats or motorboats. And those people are those who might be renting kayaks from the concession, which we hope to be able to offer, or some of the very large contingent of the dragon boat community that practices in Flushing Bay that will be using it pretty frequently during the summer. So while there are going to be security measures, there's a lot of public access that we want to be able to facilitate.
Okay. Commissioner Sheta, you have your hand up, and then I'd like to go to public testimony.
Yeah, I just want to alert the applicant that they will need to address G107.2.3 general conditions for the variance. The way the construction is being insisted to be done so far is actually in clear contradiction to item number 4, sub-item A, which increased flood heights, not flood elevations or flood levels. So I would ask them to address that and clearly show us how they can comply with that. Because I honestly, I want to make this easier task for us and for them. And I don't see a way to just bypass this.
Okay.
So I don't want to tons of back and forth between us.
Right.
If you can cut to the chase, cut to the chase. The pier, understood. I wouldn't, if I'm the designer, I wouldn't say there is significant increase in the flood heights for the pier, whether it's at elevation 10 or 12 or 15 or 17. Probably it's if it's beyond 15, there is no significant flood acting on the pier itself. But of course, on the piles, it would remain the same. But for the concession building, because it's a vertical face, there is significant difference in flood heights if we tolerate this to go with the waiver, with lowering the lowest structural element to be close to the flood elevation. The difference in flood heights would be significant, and they need to address this, and we need to satisfy. Otherwise, I don't see how this variance will go through.
Okay, I think that was communicated already. So I think that just as a general instruction, first of all, we're going to invite the public to call in. So you want to read the case number?
Yes. The board is considering public testimony for calendar number 2019-182A, which involves 1 Marina Road in Queens.
Okay, so please dial into the number that's shown on your screen while you're watching the YouTube video. And in the meantime, we can admit all of the people who are in the waiting room. Hopefully they're all related to this case because there are no other cases. So, but in the meantime, I just want to say, as they're connecting, I just want to say that the applicant pool there has to listen to both our review session carefully and take notes from it, and take notes from this public hearing, and respond in writing to all of our concerns. Because yeah, there's just a lot of concerns, and obviously update the drawings so that we can actually understand what is being proposed. So I see Mr. I think it's Mr. Taylor, who had called in before, and he is calling in on this one. So Mr. Taylor, would you like to speak?
Yes, I'm turning you off right now. Yes, ma'am. My name is Frank Taylor. I am part of the Community 3 Community Board. I do not speak for them. I am also president of Ditmars Boulevard Block Association. I'm also retired law enforcement. First of all, thank you for letting me have this 3 minutes. Thank you for your time, and your commissioners, I find them to be very professional. Very good meeting. I appreciate this. When you're ready, I'll begin.
Please, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. I sat here and I listened to, well, I've been since 2 o'clock, but that's neither here nor there. This hearing has been about Pier 1 and Pier 2. Well, Pier 3 has not been fixed or anything been done to Pier 3 in the last 20 to 30 years. The Parks Department knows all about this. Out of the budget that these guys are doing Pier 1 and Pier 2, I went to the meeting at World's Fair Marina, the one they want to term out, I guess. I think back in February, it was January. They had said that half the budget, I think was like, the budget was like 30 million for this, or 25 million. Over half that budget went to utilities. That was a big red mark to not only myself, but everyone in that room. That didn't make any sense. The other point I want to get to is also, how in the world can you do all this for Pier 1 and Pier 2, and Pier 3 doesn't even have a bathroom? That is not an oversight by any means. For 20 or 30 years, nothing has been done down there. The railing is how you say, out of whack. The place barely gets cleaned up. We have to ask for a cleanup from the Parks Department. We have to call the 110 precinct to go down and patrol it because there's a homeless problem down there, to get the proper authorities from the city down there, which we did last year. The 110 precinct was very good with that. But who patrols the areas? Where is the Parks Department at when it comes to the promenade? 3 weeks ago, we had a shooting at the promenade off of one of the boats. 3 people were shot and 1 person was stabbed. Then all of a sudden, now we got the 110 precinct to actually sit down there. This is a highly used area, and it's highly used by the area residents. You know, I've heard a lot about other people that don't live in an area using the facilities as the tennis facility, the baseball games. Well, as far as I know, tennis is 1 time a year. It lasts for about 2 weeks. They have other things over there, but nothing like the world, that US Open. The Mets play there 82 times a year. I'm not a Met fan. Mets haven't made the playoffs in many, many years, so it's only been 82 games, okay? And this year, they haven't really played at all. In fact, the baseball season was just called by the NBA, by the league itself, by the major leagues. We have a coronavirus going on, and it seems like no one is looking at that. Who is doing what down on this side of the promenade? The promenade is a special area, and it could be once again. But again, in the Parks Department budget, in the engineers, whoever is doing this, Tier 3 does not exist. And my simple question, my humble question is why?
Mhm. So thank you. And to clarify, we've been looking at what's called Pier 1 and Pier 3. Are we really looking at Pier 1, 2, and Pier 3?
Yeah, you're looking at Pier 1 and Pier 2, not Pier 3.
No, it's labeled as Pier 3. So I'm asking actually the applicant team, Mr. DeSantis, can you help us understand what we're looking at? It's labeled as Pier 1 and Pier 3 on the drawings.
Yeah, the proposed, this is Dominic DeSantis. The proposed scope of work is the reconstruction of Pier 1 and the marina, and then Pier 3.
So what's Pier 2?
Historically, there was a Pier 2 at the World's Fair Marina, but it's no longer in place, and we're not reconstructing it. I'm not sure what the confusion is.
Okay, so maybe Mr. Taylor, does that make sense to you? It's actually,
No, it doesn't.
And I would
No, it
say,
doesn't.
Mr. Taylor, we are going to reconstruct. Sorry, we are going to reconstruct Pier 3, the fixed pier, so the entrance to Pier 3, as well as many of the floating docks, and we're going to be replacing the utility connections for it.
Okay, right. But the thing is, like I said, half of the money, 14 million, I think it is, goes to utilities. Wouldn't that money be better spent straightening out the promenade?
That's a good question and a good point. The promenade could definitely use some work. Our scope was definitely funded for work on the marinas. We think that investment in the utilities is a really good idea. A lot of it was installed for the first World's Fair in the 1930s. So we really wanted to make sure we could upgrade the water, sewer, and electrical, because we think of it as an investment that will make future investments possible. So by doing this now, with the funding we have, we're going to be better able to make incremental improvements at the rest of the facility.
how will the utility investment make future investments possible?
Because if we're not able to upgrade the electrical service, we wouldn't be able to provide power to boat slips. We would have either to restrict the number of slips that would be able to use, be able to connect for power. We would not be able to provide a sewage service, which we currently have with a septic tank that's not preferred for a lot of reasons.
Sewage service for what?
For the restrooms in the area and for the vessel pump out.
Okay, so now I'm going to give my recently adopted modified mantra. This is a time of environmental justice, right? Urban justice. This is a classic version of it. The people with the money who have boats are getting these improvements, right? So now you're talking about really the privileged class who have money for the improvements. And we're learning that the promenade is in such poor condition that it's being neglected in this proposal. So
correct.
Quite strange. It's not the mayor's current position to be ignoring those who have less opportunity for recreation and so on. It's actually the opposite of what the mayor has been saying he wants to do now. And I know Commissioner Silver has said the same thing very recently on a variety of phone calls.
Mm-hmm.
So I would ask that you go back to Commissioner Silver, find out what the actual capital budget is, and see if it can be distributed in a way that takes into account the reality that not every person can afford to rent a kayak. And some people just want to walk on the promenade and not be confronted by trash and broken paving, et cetera.
You got it.
Yeah,
You
understood. And ma'am, let me just say that this project is going to feature public restrooms. That was something that we heard at our pre-scoping meeting with the public, and that's part of this application. And we were maintaining it despite the value engineering. That's something that we said has absolutely got to stay in this project. Those public restrooms that are going to be open for anyone, regardless of whether or not they have a boat, regardless of whether they're going to a baseball game. They're open whenever that pier is open, which is 3 seasons out of the year.
So, ma'am, can I just interject 1 second?
Mm-hmm.
Those bathrooms when they're not maintained, first of all, they're an eyesore, which is what the promenade is. And then, as I just stated, there's a homeless problem down there, and that's what they do become. So the general public who walks down there cannot use them because they're already being used or lived in by people who are less fortunate. So that's the problem with not maintaining the promenade on this side. Everything comes over here that's not over in Pier 1 and Pier 2.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. We appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Who else called in? Where are they? I thought we saw some others. Somebody from the community board. Yes, Mr. and Ms. Reid from Community Board 3. Can you hear us? Would you like to speak? I don't know if he or she is on anymore.
It does not look like the audio is connected for GA Reid.
I didn't realize you could see that. Okay, how about Mary Helfit?
Hi, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I just briefly want to say I'm a member of the Empire Dragon Boat team and the Guardians of Flushing Bay, and we just want to make sure that there are accommodations for the self-powered boats because we really look forward to being out there. We're not the only ones. There's a big community of dragon boaters who need really good facilities. And I like to give my time to Rebecca Pryor, if I could. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Pryor. Go ahead.
Hi, sorry, I'm just loading my my screen. Hi, yeah, thank you. My name's Rebecca Pryor. I'm the program coordinator with Guardians of Flushing Bay and Riverkeeper. Thank you to the BSA and to Parks for this opportunity and putting forward the information for this meeting. We really appreciate it. Riverkeeper is a member-supported watchdog group that protects the Hudson and its tributaries. Guardians of Flushing Bay is a grassroots coalition advocating for a healthy and equitably accessible Flushing Bay and Flushing Creek. So primarily what I really want to emphasize in this testimony is the importance of the World's Fair Marina reconstruction at all. I fully and 100% agree with Frank Taylor from Ditmars Boulevard Block Association and from Community Board 3 in the testimony we heard much earlier today that it is incredibly important for investment to be placed throughout the promenade, especially from 27th Ave to 31st Drive. I really stand with that. I also really stand with the belief that this reconstruction of Pier 1 and Pier 3 needs to happen. We have been waiting for it for years. The World's Fair Marina and Flushing Bay Promenade are located in the middle of predominantly middle and low income BIPOC environmental justice neighborhoods in Northwest Queens. And it's an area that's been severely impacted by the COVID-19 crisis. Both the promenade and the World's Fair Marina are critical open spaces and places that are starved of parkland. Now more than ever, we are in dire need of accessible public space. As has been noted, the Pier 1 concession stand has been inaccessible and in need of improvements for years. As Mr. Taylor pointed out, the community needs a bathroom at this park. As you all know, this isn't really a small ask. We're in dire need of these very basic amenities, and it's almost embarrassing that we need to ask for them for so long in environmental justice neighborhoods. As was pointed out, thousands of dragon boaters and outrigger canoeists, which are both very popular sports in Northwestern Queens, practice on Flushing Bay and rely on Pier 1 to do so. Many of the concerns from our dragon boating and outrigger canoeist communities for the reconstruction really have to do about phased design and number of boat slips for human-powered boaters and prioritizing human-powered boaters as much as we're prioritizing commercial boaters. However, with that said, the real emphasis that we want to place is on the importance of this reconstruction at all. So while there is concerns for those things, the dragon boaters, the outrigger canoeists, and Guardians of Flushing Bay really agree that this reconstruction needs to happen. Along the lines of all of the resiliency concerns that have been brought up today, I just want to state that we really trust the BSA and parks to figure out a design that is as resilient as possible for neighborhoods that really need resiliency to be prioritized. The World's Fair Marina and the Flushing Bay Promenade are almost entirely parking lot. They're almost entirely impermeable surfaces. A huge quantity of this parkland was alienated to become parking lot for city fields and for the parking lots that are associated with city fields. And basically you have a small strip of grass, the promenade, and then the bay. That's what people are relying on. So this is an important time to emphasize resilient design, and we trust the Parks Department and BSA's ability to do so, while still prioritizing the need for this reconstruction to happen. And we are anxious that it is going to get stuck in red tape and not actually happen. So that's part of where I'm coming from and emphasizing that. But we appreciate really the concern that's being placed and making sure that this is the best design possible for our communities. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, the only other person that I can see on here is, again, Community Board 3, but it doesn't look like they're connected to audio, right? So anybody else? Is there anybody else, for instance, 718-975 number? Would you like to?
So and that's what I feel like, at least for me, and we can all talk about this, but for me, that's what I feel like a DJ organization does, is they get to the root of the.
Sorry.
Hello?
Yes, can you turn off your YouTube video and state your name, please?
Hello, my name is Margaret Flanagan.
Okay. Are you calling about the Piers World Fair Marina?
Yes, please.
Okay, so go ahead and state your name. I mean, you have 3 minutes to testify.
Oh, thank you so much. My name is Margaret Flanagan, and I'm a member also of Guardians of Flushing Bay. So I reiterate everything my colleague Rebecca Pryor contributed about the importance of the marina and the value of keeping a transitional time to keep human-powered boating at the marina. So I just wanted to weigh in to please second those thoughts, that through these processes to please not lose sight of the true end game of this project, which is in a very needy neighborhood, to provide us with public open space and our public trust access to be on the water. And so that all of these processes could please come together to continue to support that. I'd very much like to congratulate the Parks Department. Out of numerous city agencies, I think they always do the best with the most minimal budgets to try to give the people of the city these values and these things that we can enjoy. And I just also, as a boater, I am very particularly a boater, I'd also like to just express that the height of piers is becoming a significant problem in water access. The Pier 17 was redone, no boats on it ever since then. The Gantry Plaza Park piers, again, no boating use. The building up for resilience is having a significant impact on how people can continue our public trust access rights to the water. So I am strongly asking you all to please figure it out in a way that, of course, is resilient and practical, but makes that work. So thank you all very much.
I do have a question for you, since you obviously are studying the subject. Why is there no boat access to Pier 17 as an example?
Of course, I would refer to the agency and owners for any particular, specifics on that. In general, they built the pier very high, and they didn't put the right equipment on the pier to handle boats of a high size. As you pointed out, there are big boats out there. The only boat that could fit alongside right now is a big boat, but the pier fendering and the pier mooring points are not usable for that.
I see. Okay, thanks very much. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Interesting. All right, any other comments from commissioners before we move on? No? Okay. So
Chair?
Yeah.
Yeah, just to clarify, we're not asking for the boat docks to be elevated. We're asking, what we're talking about, what we're discussing here is the pier itself, the platform, the access from the promenade to the concession building and the concession building itself. So I'm not sure what is the relation between parking boats to the pier and the docks. We're talking about two different things here.
Well, so that's the thing. That was one of my questions. I don't know what the objection is for. I don't know if the objection is the entire pier or only for those structures that were on the pier. That's why, and I don't want to go through this anymore because we've been at this for over an hour. But I just want to say, please, applicant group, listen to all the comments in the review session and in the hearing, and also issues brought up by the community testimony and respond. Okay, and really, and I beg to reach out to Commissioner Silver and to make sure that the mandate that drove this application is the same mandate today, given a lot of discussion about environmental justice that should have always been in the forefront, but now is actually in the forefront. So thank you. So the only thing that I ask is how time does the group, I guess Mr. DeSantis is managing the group. I'm not sure. How much time do you need to submit your materials?
I think we'd have to kind of revisit it internally a little bit to determine how long it'll take to put together all the technical documents, but I would estimate probably 2 to 3 weeks to
you need more than that.
Comment responses to all of the input we got from you today.
Okay, you're going to need much more than that, but all right. Okay, so just for the benefit of the public, thank you very, very much for calling in and giving your testimony. It's always very much appreciated. So we are going to set a continuation date on this hearing. It'll probably be in September or in October, given our current schedule. Our hearing schedules are very packed. You can find out what those dates are by checking on our website in about a week. You'll be able to get a calendar that lists this application number and find out when the continuation is. So I thank everyone very much for dialing in and taking the trouble, and especially those of you who waited for hours before.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. See staff and commissioners tomorrow. We do this again at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. This concludes the public hearing for July 27th, 2020.
Thanks, everybody.